Well, good morning and welcome back to Budleigh Salterton for the British Open. We're looking forward to bringing you the semi-finals during the course of the day. I'm pleased to say I'm joined by Jenny Clark. We're just sorting out captions and everything like that. It'll be popping up there. And we'll be putting the scores up there so that we'll be able to track, saves us, Jenny and I, squinting. We're going to be covering... my brain's just gone.
Good morning, yes. Jamie Birch versus Jack Good.
Yeah, and they're just warming up.
Yeah, so two of the players from the recent English Openshaw Shield team.
Okay. So how are you enjoying the tournament? You've been here for the doubles as well, haven't you?
I have, yeah. Yeah, it's been really good fun here.
Excellent. Well, I'm looking forward to commentating together. So we're just allowing our team to get everything set up and, of course, allowing them to get warmed up. It's a bit cooler this morning.
It's quite a lot cooler this morning. It's just been fantastic. It's been really lovely weather. We've had sort of mid-20s during the afternoons pretty much every day.
Do you think this sort of grey, slightly lower temperature will change the way they play? Or?
Yeah, it'll slow the lawns down a bit because this has been quite a quick lawn. It's a bit hilly as well. So yeah, it'll make position taking easier. Both these guys are fantastic shots, so it should be really competitive. Yeah. Things like around sort of hoops 5 and 6, sometimes there's just nowhere to go because they're pretty proficient clearing sort of 10 to 15 yards as well.
Okay.
That's quite an exciting area around here. There's a lot going on.
There's a lot going on. We've got all the players gathering for their various stages of the not the semi-final, but all the other maps.
Have a good game.
And we're just getting Guy Schofield. What's his name?
Scurfield.
Scurfield, that's it. In his Technicolor shirt.
I have been trying to encourage Guy to play in that shirt. I know there's a sort of a whites rule, but Guy's got some very exciting shirts. There he is wandering in the background.
Yes, he likes wandering around and he does make a statement, doesn't he?
He's one of the key people that go on the trip to Mauritius where they have a croquet tournament each year, and Guy is absolutely the life and soul. He makes sure everybody's included and is a fantastic asset for that event.
Well, that's good. Yes, you do that regularly, don't you?
It's only been running 2 years, but I have been regular so far.
It's regular
a really
now.
Good event. Yeah.
And the weather's good, I take it.
The first time it was in the middle of January, which was cyclone season, so that was slightly exciting.
Right.
But you're talking 30 degrees every day. It's just wonderful by the beach. It's a 5-star resort. A couple of the people here were talking about maybe going. It's run by Duncan Catterall, who runs Croquet Cocktails in England, and just everything he touches is so positive.
All right. Well, Duncan helped us set up the live streaming in front of us. He set it up in for the Euros. We covered the Euro coverage because Croquet England were keen that we were doing in the country. There was live streaming, and they asked us to do too, and we're very pleased to be doing that. And on tomorrow we'll be doing some further filming, not live stream for Croquet England because they haven't really used their cameras. So we're going to do that of I'm going to say normal people playing croquet, not like you elite, Jenny.
Well, I mean, you could use that. I don't know if there are people that'll be there that'll be keen, but you could use that as an opportunity to get some coaching material for people.
That's exactly what they want. They want to show that everybody plays, and it's all got a mixed age group and everything like that. Trying to encourage, the ladies as well as the gents to play and be confident. So it's all part of helping Croquet England in this instance. Right. We're getting ready to go. Jamie Birch and everything. Do we know who's on primaries?
No, they won't have done the toss yet. Basically, what people tend to do the hit up with one ball from each sort of colour, and then have a toss a bit later on.
It was a sort of an open question so that we can set up our score.
Absolutely, yeah.
That was a sort of a nudge to our technical people.
Absolutely,
as well.
But very often people ask, have you done the toss yet? So that's just an answer that very, very rarely is the toss done before.
Absolutely. We've been doing this since the final of the double, so we're trying to throw out the question in an open forum.
Absolutely, and I was just giving an answer that's in common practice so that people know.
Yeah, absolutely, it's good stuff. Yeah. Well, they're sorting out the clips between them, so they have done it.
Jack's won the toss. Jack's blue and black.
Right, have you got that? Thank you. So that means, viewers, that we'll be popping up the score in a moment on the screen, so you'll be able to keep track of it. And we shall hopefully get going, and then we'll get Jenny's name in lights as well, so that.
I might be wrong here. It did look like Jack was clipping them on himself.
Well, there's someone standing next to Blue. That's all right. I mean, the Blue's on the statement of the bleeding obvious, isn't it? We're doing well here.
Oh, I thought I saw him put them on his clothes, so sorry about that. It does look like Jamie's lining up. Who knows? Jamie's son's coming to shake his hand and wish him luck.
Oh, right.
It's lovely to see his family there.
Yeah.
Well, they haven't really done anything. It does look like it.
He is standing right next to the blue with his mallet in it.
Absolutely, yeah. It just looked like Jack was clipping them onto something, but clearly not. The clips here are just fantastic.
Yeah, these are new ones, so they're good, aren't they?
Yeah, we've had lots of clubs around the UK. I've got these awful clips that are predominantly white with a splash of colour. Yeah. And I remember actually saying out loud to someone,
right,
it'd be nice to see Andrew Dutton do something with his 3D printing. And
here we go.
Right, so Jamie kicking off. And yeah, I think position taking will be relatively easy. He's gone sailing past that one though.
Right. And is that because he's just not used to perhaps the different feel of the lawn? Or he felt that it was going to be slower, so he hit it harder?
Oh, a bit of early morning nerves, I think. They just had a 10-minute hit up on it.
Yeah, that's true.
A key part of your hit up is a couple of balls to hoop one, and for many people, they finish with their last two shots or approaching hoop one. Well, I know these guys didn't.
Just to give them the memory. So we've got different camera angles, as you can see. That just helps it. So we've got 3 balls in play now. So can we just?
So Jack's one doesn't look too bad from there. It's not a great picture that we can see, but basically Jack hangs back a bit, so he can't be easily cleared.
Well, black looks in a good position, but red ball is in a strong position for clearing.
Yeah. So
if it's there.
I think blue was likely to clear red.
Right.
Maybe try and get it half ball so that blue goes off the boundary.
Yeah.
Alternatively, a lot of people will just dribble another ball in to try and block. A few will play into black to try and get it blocking, which I think is probably a bit weaker at this level.
We saw some snuggling going on yesterday.
Yeah, not from 5 yards and 40 degrees. So interesting. He's just going to clear yellow here.
Well, I had Chris Clark commentating with me yesterday, and he often said, and he referred to you as well on some of the coaching that you do, about, and the word always, I'll use it, but it was always hit the last ball.
Yeah, if you can clear the last ball that played in, because it's in a full rotation till it can come back. However, what it does is, if Jack fancies it, gives him the first shot at hoop one.
Yes, because I mean, in this instance, that red isn't far off. Is it? It's not a bad angle, is it? It didn't look like a terrible angle. What do you think of these hoops, though?
Oh, they're great. Yeah, I've played with them for a long, long time. I think they actually make the game competitive. If you're just playing with a standard hoop, you're taking this hoop on every day.
And there's one of our visitors from Australia. That's Gary Phipps' wife.
She's really nice. Check with her. Yeah, good shot.
That was good, wasn't it?
So, I mean, Jack's done really well there by going so deep. He's got himself a position where he's happy having a go at the hoop, but deep enough that Jamie thought, well, maybe let him try.
And he's got a very economical style, hasn't he? Yes. Just one swing and bosh, or whatever is the technical term. But he is smooth, isn't it? And that's
a beauty.
That's a nice black right in front too.
Trouble is, it looks to me like it's probably a big double for red. And at that range, kind of fancy Jack hitting this. Both these guys are fabulous shots.
We just had Stephen
You
Mullen.
any of these?
No, I'm not. But thank you.
No, you don't.
I found them in my bag.
Stephen Mullen's coming past with keys. We thought we were going to be tied to the chair.
I'm not sure why Stephen thinks my socks would be in his bag, but I appreciate it. So Stephen's waiting on his semi-final opponent, waiting for Reg v Aston, who stopped during daylight last night. Stopped rather early, so they'll get a couple of hours warm-up before they play you, Stephen.
Yeah, Stephen's in the room.
So I'm going to get a proper warm-up myself.
Good lad.
Oh, do you want to join us?
Yes, I'll certainly do half an hour.
Yeah, well, we're going to have Stephen Mullen joining, so I'll move to the side because you've got two star players in there.
Back.
Right, well, do you take my seat, Stephen?
I'll be back before
I'll be
long.
lurking, I'm afraid, viewers. You can't quite get rid of me, but we've got two good players on a really challenging tournament. We look forward to this semi-final. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Patrick. So, it looks like yellow's played up to try and protect that big, well, not trying to protect it, it's blocked itself, hasn't it, on the big double that red had been left with black in the hoop. So this could be a bit unfortunate. You think yellow's in the way there, Stephen?
I would think yellow is, well, it's certainly got an easy jump, relatively easy, at least.
No, it's I think it's blocking red's double at black.
Yes.
Black
yeah.
is just fully runnable, so
It does look. It
Red
doesn't
is
actually.
down.
If you look at the track, it may be coming now just to the side. Actually, if you look at if the stripes are right up and down.
yeah. I mean, it's one of the things that you must do if you've got some opportunity. You can't block yourself, but goodness, it happens often enough.
Is he jumping? No, he is. You know.
Oh, he is. Yeah.
Well, this is high courage potential, low probability of success at that.
What is
that
this,
range.
about 15 yards?
Oh, good. He's certainly got the height. Certainly got the possibility.
Got a few bounces, yeah, but yeah, he'd be really disappointed at that, blocking himself.
So it's Patty. I'm just telling you, I'm going to be
Yep.
monitoring the live chat. So what I'll do is monitor that and bring in any points that
Okay.
we raise, so that we can sort of pick up on that and see where we're going. But
Yeah.
yeah, it's just been run.
Yeah, I think
Yep.
the other thing one's got to recognise is that there's always some uncertainty as to what you land on with a jump. You may get a kick left or right. The shot may
Yeah.
have been in perfectly good. Now the real problem here is that yellow is distinctly hampered.
Yeah, so yeah, I think yellow will just be hanging around there and saying to blue, well, you're hampered too.
Yep.
The big thing here, and I found it a nightmare with these just little local bobbles, is so often, I think he might have it there, you try and run into a ball and just nudge
then
away
it
from
just
it and they just
Wanders
bloom.
away. Yep.
I suspect those aren't touching because as a very,
Oh.
very strong AC player,
He would just
He'd
roll
jump
them
on it.
over. Yep.
yeah.
Or even try an extreme. Well, I wouldn't. I just would be happy to roll yellow into the corner and hope that blue stops 2 or 3 yards in front at least.
Yeah.
A lot of the game at this level is simply giving your opponent standard questions to answer, knowing it then confines them to that particular answer. They can't do anything else. They can't surprise you. So he's going off there, fair enough.
Yeah, they mustn't have been touching there.
And so Jack regains the initiative.
So yeah, I was thinking probably going to be quite a lot easier to take position this morning before the sun comes out because
Yes.
it's all a bit more damp. But Jamie's first ball was quite long, which is why Jack got the immediate break.
Right.
Gosh, it's 9:15 and the other semi hasn't, quarter hasn't started yet. Oh well, glad we got this for entertainment. Jamie's a fabulous shot, so there'll be a lot of these hit. Obviously not all. Yeah.
Absolutely nailed it. And has got himself off. Has he got himself off? Yes, he
Yeah.
has. Although, of course, that equally leaves himself open to the block.
Yeah, we've seen quite a few, and Reg had one last night that he just hit absolutely plumb.
Yeah.
And there's so much energy transfer, he stayed on the lawn, so
Yes.
whereas a lot of people think it's a good shot, suddenly there's a ball all over you.
Exactly. So,
And yeah, it looks like those two balls are going to come on the same spot, so if he's going to clear yellow, he's going to
That's a
clear
good
yellow
shot.
with blue.
yeah. And when you've got two superb shots in form, it can make for a long game.
Are you willing to give us a prediction of the score here?
No. Utterly silly.
I think very even this match.
If I really had to choose, I think Jack actually is slightly more focused as a GC player than Jamie, who's very fond of his AC as well. I mean, Jack likes AC, but if you like, Jack's come to AC from GC, and Jamie's done it the other way around.
Yeah, I think Jack's hoop running may be very slightly better, but
Yes, I think that's probably right. And the other thing too is I'm becoming a bit of a convert to the idea that for most people, and Jamie may well be an exception, casting is not necessarily a great thing if it just allows the swing to waver more. And yes, that's
that's very nicely done.
Yeah, and that's just a good example of GC intelligence at work. Now, the only thing Jamie can do, which he's just recognised, is to wander off down to 4. And that's the price of...
He's played that quite nicely as well.
Yeah.
I don't think it's possibly in running position at 4, but it's only a couple. Black's come down to only a couple of yards from hoop 4.
Yeah, no, that was good. This is very much trading hoops at the moment. That he's taken much more wide than he wanted, so this is looking like 2-all before long.
Yeah, I mean it's a good opportunity when you're running those odd-numbered hoops to get down to the next one, but it just doesn't always happen. I mean that's where these hoops are so good, as they provide that bit more of a challenge.
That's a super shot, I
Lovely
think.
shot.
From yeah.
There's various other games going on at the moment as well. There's sort of consolation events and consolation events of the consolation events.
Yep.
So there's quite a few people still in play.
Well, it's very good that once you go out to the main event, there's still plenty to take part in if you want to. And this is a fantastic venue, just in terms of mainly I think the quality of the surface. It's very smooth, so you don't get the ball doing strange things. Down comes red. Ooh, and that was an attempt at the hoop, which just hit the right wire and bounced off.
And a good option to have a go at the hoop. Jamie's got 2 balls down there.
Exactly.
He's so far behind.
Yeah, exactly. There are times when you have to recognise that even if you hit a ball, you're going to be no better off because you'll be as far away as it is from the hoop that you're concerned about. So, good. This is very much his traditional Solomon grip casting. Yep.
Nice. So yeah, Stephen's a recent convert to one cast and a swing. It's been very, very successful for you.
Yeah.
The last bit of time, isn't it?
Simplifies things, but most importantly, I think just keeps the backswing stable, and that's incredibly important. That's a nice shot, giving himself command of the hoop.
Certainly one of the hoops where breaking tends to happen, though, especially with the quality of shooting of these guys.
Yeah, this could be a long hoop. So Jamie's now almost certainly going to take this out.
Interesting
Oh,
decision.
no, he's gone for that. Well, fair enough.
If he feels he's a good enough shot, very often though people, like you say, will take it out just because that was a much shorter.
With a controlled clearance. I mean, one of the best outcomes is when you actually hit that ball on its left-hand or southern side, and then you go to a relatively safe position, and they're out in the middle of the court. Yeah. And for this quality of, you see, the risk for Jamie is that Jack gets a decent block. Just gone through it, I think.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice for Jack there. He can either play for the block or he can just clear yellow and have that competition with Jamie, making Jamie have the first really long shot.
This is, 10 yards. Oh no, that missed by quite a bit on the left.
It's a couple that we've seen missed by a wee way from Jamie, but just warming up, early days really.
Yeah.
Yeah, these hoops have been getting a little bit loose in the ground, we've found, as the day's gone on, especially with the firmer ground.
Yeah.
And the reason why the players are checking it is just because if the hoops are floppy, the ball loses a lot of energy as it passes through the hoop.
Yeah.
This is an opportunity to get to hoop 6. Lovely view we've got there.
A very good shot. And also, very good example of how you should play a stroke, which is a slow start to the downswing and then smooth acceleration through it.
And nice control rather than just bashing through to the boundary. Yeah. He's got all control. Lovely being in that position actually. He's just north of the hoop, so he's guarding any area.
Yes, it's what I call the policeman ball. It can apprehend anything that gets too close.
Yeah, I mean anything down to the peg, he's just clearing. So, I mean blue you'd like ideally to play
blue
somewhere
does
wide.
Not have, exactly, it's just going to come up short.
Yeah.
And,
so your choice is really play it to the peg or try and get that very small wide area on the other side of the hoop from yellow.
Yeah. So Jack, say fine. You've recognised the difficulty of the situation. I'm now going to
Yeah, the space in front of the hoop's all free for him. They've taken position well so far in this game.
Yeah,
apart from that
but
very
I think
first
you're
shot.
absolutely right. At the moment, the court conditions are pretty predictable. There's a, if you like, silly adages, then accelerate to keep it straight. You've got to have some acceleration at the end of the swing when it hits the ball.
Yes.
Golf fans will probably know the name of Brandt Snedeker, who's an American pro who likes pop putting. And when you watch it, you think, how can this work? It actually works extremely well. But he is never knowingly short on, on most putts.
As long as you can hit your returns, that's fine.
Exactly. Well,
So yeah, this black one played up. You had a few options. You could try and use red to wire yourself from yellow, so
Yep.
yellow can't clear you. I think I'd have favoured that.
well, the really aggressive option here is yellow clearing blue, which is well within his range. And it depends what sorts of statement you want to make.
What's he looking at? He's looking at black,
It's
is he?
black. No, it must be blue.
Should be
He's
blue.
a blue-
They're
he's a-
such good
oh,
shots. Oh, it's black. Because this just allows blue a chance
I
to go
wonder
out the hoop.
if red is actually blocking, and that's why he's done it.
That's a good call. But yeah, otherwise you're just risking them taking a 7-yard hoop, which
Exactly,
looks long there, but it's what you do from the boundaries quite often at those outside hoops.
Yeah. So, the problem for Jamie is this is called the inside game. If you clear this at any pace at all, you're almost certainly going to end up on the wrong side of the hoop. Try the
was
jump.
blocked.
And what was impressive, it wasn't terribly obvious he was actually going for a jump. He just, I didn't see much change from his usual stance.
I didn't notice much difference. Maybe a couple of inches further forward and hands a couple of inches down.
Which is what, I remember seeing Khalid Yunus, the great Egyptian, playing, and he was trying to show me how he did jump shots, and I'm trying to work out what he was doing different, and I think it was a fraction further forward than the stance and just pushing the hands forward. And then he would just the ball would just glide over the intervening one. Now that's the first real mistake from Jack Good.
He also went down and quite sensibly had a look at yellow and noticed yellow doesn't get to hoop 7 anyway.
Yeah.
But
Maybe he was
still
jawsing.
taking
I wonder if that was just to give himself, mind you, that's a bit dangerous because blue's up on the north boundary.
4-2 is a pretty powerful score. It's a good start. So
Yeah, sure.
he might be just taking the point.
Just take it. So what's Jamie doing here?
Must be going for the hoop here.
Yeah, also they double the Fupa ball.
Yeah. I hope we can keep the camera angle here because it's a beautiful angle to
It
see
is.
this.
Well,
Got the middle of the gap.
yeah, and now
Where's blue? Was blue along
blue's
the way
up on the north rail.
Right.
So you can just come in here.
So yeah, I don't know if he's wired from blue, but otherwise red will be looking to move black to a position that it can't clear yellow.
Exactly. Or even just, maybe in the wrong. This is always you're looking to cut black to corner 3 and come over as near to hoop 7 as you can.
Yeah.
And it's worth taking the risk at times. Your chap's still got a 18-yarder, which if he misses, you may get two hoops out of it.
I think if I was behind, I'd go for that line, but here,
It's a
in
bit
the lead.
too angled. You wouldn't get all that close to 7.
yeah.
No.
Oh, very good. He's got both of them.
Oh, I think he's rushed yellow to somewhere wide looking at this view. He could be really unlucky.
Unfortunate. Yeah.
He has. You can see him stand the way he's standing.
Ah.
Sort of got hands on hips going. Oh, thanks.
Never play.
Really good option there. He was clearing blue to stop it from doing anything evil. Sorry, clearing red to stop it from doing anything evil.
Yeah, quite.
Um,
Whenever an enemy ball is close to one of yours, you can expect bad things to happen at this level.
gee, that wandered along a bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. He's just trying to nudge into it.
Yeah.
Oh, and even nudging so that you're in someone's where they want to put their feet normally
Yes.
can give you a couple of percent of chance.
I can testify as to how annoying it is when you've got an apparently simple hoop and your feet are in the wrong position. It doesn't help with the smoothness of the swing. Yeah, well, he's probably achieved that. a little bit of it.
He's a little bit aware of it. It's just, yeah, just something extra in their minds.
Yeah, but and standing, yeah, making sure he quits his stance under control. So that's 4-2 Jack, a little bit of a gap. And this now makes winning 7 very important.
Yeah, I mean, if you can win 7
He's
well,
hit that a little bit long, to be honest. If I were Jack, I wouldn't be completely disappointed if he had a go at that, because I don't think this is actually quite a firm bit of ground too.
yeah, and this is one where you really do want to try and win 7 and 8 and get things back to parity.
Yeah.
Interesting choice to go inside there. I quite fancy North and what they did at the start of the game.
Indeed. Now, if that's a better weighted shot, that's a... Oh, that's pretty good.
So he's basically trying to hide that black behind red. So that, you know...
Well, yeah, exactly. I mean,
and here yellow's probably going to shoot at blue now, but...
the trouble is this, I mean, with this level of shooting, I mean, unless you get blue somewhere interesting, like
Yeah.
cutting it sharply into the corner, you're leaving a standard 7-yarder, which is liable to be leaving red on the east boundary.
Yeah, I mean, often here the thing is to see which ball is most likely to run the hoop and get rid of that.
Look at that, straight into the corner.
That's a good shot, perfectly in the
That's a very
corner.
good shot. And the other thing to notice is how smoothly it was done. There was no excess effort used. He hit it hard enough to achieve the objective, and Reg Bamford's very, very good at that too. I mean, you would, on the whole, get a much more reliable outcome if you're not swinging flat out.
And it's a credit to Budleigh Salterton Croquet Club that the lawns are quick enough that you can play that as a normal pace shot.
And reliable enough that you won't be punished by.
Yeah, you don't get some silly bobbles or bounces. This should be going a long way away though.
And that's a very good shot from Jamie. That was absolutely centre ball. And I would be surprised if red can see much of black now.
Yeah, I mean that whole sequence shows why it's interesting to consider clearing black. You look and see which of blue and black's most likely to run it.
Absolutely. And indeed, depending on, again, I mean, I don't think black's completely straight, is it?
No.
And I don't think it would necessarily go down all the way down to 8. So he might take the risk of just jawsing it.
It looks like he can because yellow's really pretty adjacent to the hoop. Yellow would have to play an outstanding shot to get rid of a jawsed ball.
And I think one of the important things is to just accept the risk your opponent might pull off a 1 in 20 shot, but don't base your game on always avoiding those risks.
This is just a jawsing, isn't it?
It's a bit hard for that. Oh my goodness, that was not what he wanted. He caught the near wire.
That's one of the troubles with these Atkins hoops, actually, especially in firmer ground.
Yeah.
The ball doesn't just sog into the jaws.
No.
Even though we're getting some worn patches in the jaws, it does tend to kind of ping out a wee bit.
Yeah, well, that's a good feature. Of
Yes.
them.
Yes, those soggy lawns where people can just fall into the jaws all the time. It's
Exactly.
really frustrating.
Well, that could be a little bit of a turning point in this game. It's a great shot. Yes. It's gone through the wide spots, actually, quite.
So black's not even runnable there, I don't think.
No.
I think it's bobbled off far enough.
No.
I was quite interested in Jack actually clearing blue here. He's shooting so well,
Yes.
and red does have an open hoop, but it's incredibly aggressive. I think he'll have a go in and off from wherever this red goes to anyway.
Mm. I agree. No, sir.
I thought his feet looked like they were pointing to the other side of the ball, looking at the TV screen.
And that's often the way in which some unconscious compensation is going on. This is why taking care with your stance is so important. Yeah, this looks like a pretty useful option for Jack. And this, if he gets to 5-2,
Harder to come back from, it's achievable, but...
it's
yeah.
just difficult. I mean, the odds go about 3-1 in Jack's favour at this point.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Nice play.
Hey, the only saving grace is, well, no, it's down peg high.
Yeah, it hasn't got all the way down those. That's the point in that.
5-2, useful lead when there's so little between the players.
And also, given he got the in off, it's forcing black to come across the face of the next hoop to give, again, a couple of percentage more of not getting that great
It's
position.
just difficult to get right in front. You've got to get the weight absolutely right, whereas if coming down from hoop 7, give or take a yard makes very little difference to the threat that you're posing. But if you go a yard short, yard past, and it depends how far back you come.
Here we go. I think this looks quite good.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
very
lovely
sensible
shot.
choice. That's 3 yards back and pretty well straight above the hoop. So well played, Jamie.
This is a double. This is Jack looking at it going, shall I have a slap at this? I think. Yeah, he's having a good look at that. It's always nice having a double because you just got a couple more percent of
Well, particularly when you've
something good happening.
and you've got partner ball is not that far away. It's peg high, so it's only about 8 yards north of black. So even if you miss it, you've got a second go.
Yeah. What have we got here?
No,
It looked like maybe he was trying to rush red down there actually. Because it ended up a long way away from the hoop when it went past, didn't it?
I was surprised at that. Yes, so that wasn't his. Here comes blue.
It may have been a nudge on red.
That's a good shot.
Certainly going to see red having a go at the hoop if it can see it now.
I think so. Yeah. And even if not, given what he tried at 2, I wouldn't be surprised if he tries to jump it.
Yes.
Yeah, indeed, with the clips coming off.
Maybe that's why he was having a go at red with yellow before. It
Yeah.
might be that it was blocked by black.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fair dues.
Right, what do we got? You can't tell very much with Jack either, actually.
Whether he's jumping or not?
Yeah.
Well, you can actually by the number of casts. If he's hitting flat, there's just the one. Yeah, he's come forward a lot.
He's going forward. Look at his hands are still at the top of the mallet. It's a lovely
Yeah.
technique. Jamie's done well with that black. It's a great shot.
This is as much about making a statement to your opponent as anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Tension builds.
Ooh.
I'm not far off. Not
That's a
far
nice
off.
shot. Certainly saying to Jamie, I'm getting one of these soon. This is where Sam Cuthbert was very strong. He was jumping beautifully
Right.
through the doubles and maybe the first 2/3 of the day one of the singles.
Yeah.
Just fell off a little bit later on.
Yep. 5-3.
This is a shot that I think people should practice more as well.
I agree with
Is
you.
getting to hoop 3 and getting across to hoop 9.
I always like to know whether the ground's, taking it one way or the other.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing worse than hitting an absolute flush shot and then seeing it move a ball left or right and you miss.
Yeah. So here, it's a chance for Jamie to get back into things, but I suspect he's going to have to hit something. I think that yellow's probably good enough. It's a couple of yards back.
I think yellow's quite angled, actually.
You think it's maybe a bit short there?
Yeah. So I think this first one should just go 2 yards to the south and a bit beyond.
Definitely want it going south, otherwise yellow's just all over it, and if red puts a good ball in.
Exactly, yeah.
It's hit that quite hard,
That's
isn't it?
very deep.
Very deep, it's very straight though.
Yep, oh yeah, sure.
A lot of players we've seen here with their next ball try and nudge yellow and just promote it in front.
Yes, yeah. With knowing that if they miss it, their ball's going to finish up in a reasonable position as well.
Yeah.
So it's very much sort of... Let's see how this...
Yeah, you still want your sort of 50-50 that red's got to be decent. No,
No,
he's missed
that's
it, I
not-
think. Yeah. So it's an interesting position with blue because blue is very long, but chances are you're going to be allowed a shot at the hoop with it. This is how Jack started, although not quite so deep with hoop 1. And Jamie left him there, let him have a go at hoop 1.
And you got it, I take it.
And Jack got it, yeah.
Right. Well now, the only thing you can do to actually prevent blue from having a shot is either to block or to snuggle up to it. And that's
Yeah.
Probably a bit long for the snuggle.
I think you've got a fairly easy shot to rush it to where red blocks it though.
Mm.
I don't fancy leaving it there because Jack's got such a good advantage here now. If Jamie goes sailing through with blue, we're sort of all square again. Clearing black, isn't it? Clearing black, but also trying to get the block. Trying to do a couple of things with this stroke.
Yeah, but it didn't really work out. He didn't hit it straight enough. So, chance for recovery here.
Yeah, this is a big hoop for Jamie.
Very big. Basically almost death or glory, given where red is. Yep.
Not strong. Has he been missing mainly to the left? Can't really remember.
Yeah. And it wasn't actually, I thought, his most positive of swings either.
No, I didn't think he looked that committed with it.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people have just cleared red, but at this level, you've got to take
Well,
opportunities like
not
that.
given where.
Given where everything is, yeah.
Well, would you believe it? Not pleased for themselves at all. That was a chance to take a stranglehold on this game at
Yeah,
6-3, and he's just blown it.
Shouldn't be missing things that easy.
No. Wisely getting yellow out of the way.
So yeah, key point here is red's not even in a runnable position here now.
No, you don't have to worry about that.
I think I'm wanting to clear yellow, so well, maybe not
Trouble
even
is,
clear
where
yellow,
to?
but
Where
so I
to?
can't see the hoop.
Yeah.
You've got to hit this on the right
If he
hand
thinks
side.
yellow's bad enough, then actually clearing red and getting black into runnable position is
But
important.
Yellow is possibly just inside the flag though, so it is probably jumpable.
Yeah, that's true. And,
But you have to keep this to the far side. Yeah, it's a good shot because otherwise
yeah.
the hoop gets in place. Played that really well actually. Black's got a lovely shot here now.
Well, what's he going to do? Oh, just coming up slowly. Again, yes, example of shot. You know perfectly well it's not going to stay there, but equally you know that your opponent is almost forced to do something about it.
Well, it's interesting because once you clear that, red just pops in front, such that
Exactly.
it's really difficult
Exactly.
for black.
Exactly.
I think you have to think very carefully about where red and blue go here. Yellow and blue go here, and I'm thinking blue off the side boundary.
And blue is straight on. That's it. That's it. Yeah, that's the classic response. But as you say,
Yeah, I sort of fancied blue off the side boundary for a response to this shot. But yeah, certainly it had to be off the boundary because otherwise yellow has a bit of control over it. But he pops that in front. Jamie's jumping, I think.
well, that's, if you like, worrying about black. It certainly left the hoop open to blue.
Yeah, I thought he could probably block both of them, but he seems to have gone a bit far. There's a lovely sound of tapping outside. They're setting the hoops in brand new holes for the final. That's very good.
I think the most intimidating sight I ever saw was the NZ Open at United, where I watched Graham Roberts and co using a bit and auger to make new holes for the hoops for the final.
Yeah, we normally don't like doing that, but the ground was concrete. Was that the one that you played with Ed Wilson?
No, I think that was the one I think I played your dear husband in and lost in 4. Although I think they used the same. They created a brand new lawn out of the 2 courts nearest the clubhouse at 90 degrees. So it was rather novel for both of us. Then the following year they did the same for the NZ Open, where I played Keith Ayton.
So was that the World Champs then?
World Champs 2008, and then
yeah.
I came back for the NZ Open a year or so later. But they were probably, I mean, everyone who played in the 2008 Championship felt it was about the best situation ever. Oh, he's missed it. Yeah, that will annoy him.
Hi guys, just to let you know we've got some very interesting commentators or contributors on the live stream, including Ewan.
I'll just find that on my phone.
I mean, I
Well,
can try to-
Jamie
one
has
thing
been
about-
handed a bit of a lifeline here.
A bit critical of the red shot or red ball play just then.
Right.
Well, yes, I think what the player wants and what the player gets when you're playing those tiny nudge shots is often not the same.
Right, sorry, I'm just getting myself a copy of the chat up. Find out what Ewan's up to. Good morning, Ewan. Probably had a nice sleep in this morning. So yeah, as Ewan's pointed out, there have been a couple of shots that haven't really been to the standard Jack started with.
Yep.
So he just needs to refocus. You know, he's got a good advantage here, but he's starting to look in trouble. Does that red even see the black? Must be able to, given that he's lining something up, but they look very close to being wired.
Yep. It probably just goes past the southern edge of the hoop. Yep, that's it.
It's a good shot. That was important because that would have seen Jack's balls wildly out of position as well, going up to hoop 9. Hoop 10 even, sorry.
Well, on court 8 I can see activity. I think they're contesting hoop 2.
I've just received a fantastic photo from New Zealand, which seems to be my home. A bunch of lads possibly watching the croquet in my lounge. So a bunch of 6 Kiwis enjoying the live stream. Thanks very much, guys.
Hope you're having fun.
Do you want to see the live chat?
I've got it here, thank
You've got
you.
it. Thank you.
Yeah, very good. That's a fantastic photo of New Zealand's croquet players as well. Ooh, plus a Brit in the mix. Can you identify them all, Stephen? I know people out there can't see it, but I want to see how well Stephen knows our young New Zealand croquet players.
I'd actually be struggling. The facial hair changes so often that
Most of the lads are well shaven, so we've got Josh Winter,
Yeah.
Miles Duggan, World Under-21 champion Levi Franks, who's looking very comfy in Chris's chair.
right.
Paul Kaiser, who does a huge amount for the live streaming in New
Yeah.
Zealand, is a very good player in his own right. James Galpin, who was hosting them and looking after my home, and Jason
Oh, just
Hodger.
James, of course, yes.
Yeah.
Great stuff. Well, nice to see you all. You haven't been out to New Zealand for a year or two. Let's put that right.
So yeah, really good evening's entertainment. This live streaming, the quality of it's just got so good in the last few years.
Well, this is an
Here we
attempt
go.
by Jack to put things back on track.
Yeah, take control again.
Oh, you got
Lovely
it. Oh,
hoop.
lovely shot.
Beautiful smooth shot that too. He didn't
Yeah.
force anything.
No, and that sort of gives him, I would think, this first game.
Stephen's counting some early chickens here.
Well,
Yeah, he's
it's simply the fact that,
got it by the scruff of its neck.
mind you,
good
that's a
shot.
very good reply, but red to black is not exactly
Yeah.
a million miles.
But we have got another one of these positions where it's easier to break, where you're going from hoop 10 to hoop 11, where
Yeah.
there's a short shot.
It's pretty useful. A little bit angled, but I'm sure that runs. Not too much trouble.
Yeah, and as you say, the red at black's not really that long.
So
This
he
guy.
needs, and he's not made any attempt. I don't think he's coming up the western side of.
Yeah, he hasn't made enough attempt, I think, to protect that black.
No,
And again, it's only small, but it's those little bits that give you a bit more of an edge.
yeah. So Jack sends this to the north boundary. It's not a trivial return. Yeah.
Shot.
And with a cut just to add to the.
I think Ewan will approve of that red, won't he?
Yeah.
Ewan's got a question for you, Stephen. Can you see it, Johnny?
Oh, yeah. Have you ever won a game from 6-3 down, Stephen?
Yes.
Oh, endlessly, I imagine.
No, but once or twice. And I've also managed to lose a game from 6-2 up, so against an American at Lake Toxaway. And I still remember the way he won 10, in that I was right in front of the hoop and he was down by 9, and his ball followed what can only be called a serpentine course, avoided 2 balls, went round them and went through the flipping hoop. Quite extraordinary.
Yes, it's always a black ball, isn't it?
Okay, I think that's probably come out wide as well. It looked like, as you were saying, sorry.
Doesn't look good. That, I suppose he may be going just to the east of yellow. Sorry, no, he's got yellow.
I think he can see it because he pushed the ball out
yes.
very casually.
Yeah. Yeah, that's firmly smote away.
So some of these boundaries are either near hedges or, well, not really near hedges, are near sort of uneven patches of ground, or some near the rough ground.
Yeah.
So what players have generally done is the first time they'd like to move a ball in, they go, can I move this in?
Yeah.
Oppo says, yes you can, and any other time you need to, and the other person goes, and you.
Exactly.
So then it's just...
The odd thing is you actually get, I'm very sensitive to needing a level stance. I don't like it if my toes are either pointing up or down, and there are quite a few boundaries here where you find yourself with your heels higher than your toes, so I always bring it in then, as that's...
Or in fact lower in a couple of the boundaries, isn't it?
I actually haven't, you may well, I'm sure you're right, but I haven't seen it myself. I've just been tipped forward.
But yeah, it's nice to be able to stand normally. Another nice looking shot.
Oh yeah.
So he's hit it a little bit off centre, so both balls are away, so sort of...
At that
pretty
range,
much
even if you
off-even,
hit
yeah.
it centre ball, you do jolly well to keep it close to the hoop.
Yes.
But this is now becoming a long range hoop. Well, I was planning to abandon my post and go and warm up, because I see they're now on hoop 4 in the continued quarter-final. Let's give it another couple of rotations to see what happens.
Yeah, I'm not sure. What time do they start? About 9:30, was it?
Well, they are now in play, though.
But they've got hoop 4 now. It's about
Yeah.
10 to 10. But yeah, so Stephen's just waiting for the conclusion of that quarter-final, and then we'll have all our semi-finalists ready. I'm guessing you'll be playing on court 5, but
Well,
I'm not sure.
You won't be allowed to warm up on that. Oh, he's left that one rather short.
Yeah, disappointing when those pull up.
He must have been trying to get into blocking position, but that's...
Just allows Jamie to come in with all safety. Trying for a block on yellow at blue.
Or was he getting wide from red? Was that the plan?
I think it was just trying to protect blue from yellow.
Yeah, okay.
But and also, yeah, maybe, as you say, maybe get that extra of being wide from red. But yeah, it's not runnable. And I think he's got a line to the outside of black. We can't see the Wade Bamford score.
Yeah,
so
I think that's,
long way away.
yes. Blue's open to yellow, that's clear. Centre ball again.
Stephen, you may wish to warm up because they might be on hoop 9 at this stage.
Really?
Yeah, there seems to be a clip on hoop 4. I think they're going from the south. So
Well, okay, I will see you later.
best of luck. And now I'm alone. So yeah, looks like yellow got that clearance while I was distracted trying to work out what was going on the other lawn. So yeah, now we've got this really interesting position. When you're coaching and say to people, what would you like to cover? They generally go, tactics. And what they're often talking about is getting in this position and going, what do I do? Welcome back, Patrick.
Yeah, well, Stephen's gone zooming past me on a mission.
Yeah, well, it looks like the boys have actually progressed quite quickly over on that lawn. So they have a full game warm up. He'll be wanting to spend a decent amount of time on a lawn getting prepared.
Okay. Nice to have you joining in, isn't it?
Yes.
Thank you, Ewan.
Yep. We do welcome contributions. I have now got my phone up, so sorry I don't have a score. Did you have any idea what the score was over there?
No, I'm afraid not. I was still watching this because it was nice again to see. Actually, did you see Jack puff his cheeks out a minute ago when he was quite relieved with clearing, wasn't he, a minute ago? You could just see a big shot, well within his gift, but it was, I was concentrating on that. Good, nice to see it close up rather than on the screen. I have that advantage.
So it looks like we're probably going to have, Jack's got a couple of balls down, so his best option is just to play in close, hope to block something or other, and give time for red to come back into play.
He wasn't that happy with that. Did you see him slightly twirl his mallet? He
Yeah, he hasn't really blocked blue or black, so
Yeah, so
hasn't achieved his
self-critical
goal.
then.
Well, just realistic. It hasn't achieved his goals. Gives Jamie a free go at the hoop.
Oh,
So
so-
misses that with blue. It was a longish hoop, but at this sort of level, they do actually need to be running these.
and that red's going on holiday to use a.
Well, the
use
black,
ink.
the black. Will
Oh
be-
no, the
will be
black.
off,
The red's going to knock back.
It's a relatively short shot, but he's not going to be able to rush it very likely to anywhere that it can't come back at yellow. So things are still pretty even here.
Well, I can't see a score at the moment, Ewan, for the Wade Bamford
That's
game.
nice.
I'm not sure what it is. It's way down. We'll see if we can get it for you.
I'll just go and engage a runner.
There we are. I think when we go out from the commentary room, everyone runs away. Whereas if a player goes out and asks, it's more likely to have a result. Jenny's just gone off to do that. There we go. We knew Jamie had to get that hoop. That was apart from critical, but it was a pretty standard shot for him really, because as we said, Jack didn't quite get that yellow in the right place. But he's moved on. No hassle or anything.
Okay, I've sent a runner, so we are going to find out the score
Yeah.
in the distant game of Reg v Aston.
Yeah, the power of the player persuaded. I think when I was just saying, Jenny, when they see us coming out and ask you, they run away.
Oh, I snuck up behind her so she couldn't get away. So Jamie ran that hoop with the
He
black.
did, yeah, with the black. And that was down really to the poor, relatively poor yellow, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, the yellow not blocking gave opportunities. So,
6-4, by the way.
so yeah, 6-4, and this is a really quite a good breaking opportunity here. It's a relatively short shot for black at yellow, and will give yellow a very long return.
Yeah.
So red's going to come in here trying to protect yellow. That's a decent effort. He's not there though, and also he's not in hoop running position. So it's a couple that he's just pulled up a little short there. So really critical. So it's a good shot, he's cleared it, hasn't got yellow all the way away, but also importantly, red is not in front of the hoop. I don't think red's a runner at all.
Tim Dimnett is welcoming your contribution.
Yep.
As experienced players.
Thank you, Tim.
Do you know Tim?
No, I don't.
Be giving him a thumbs up. Also Stephen, but yes, we are as we go to the semi-finals, we will have one, maybe two players commentating, and clearly there's still other games going on, so we're drawing on players who are available to do it. So it's a bit of rotation, which is actually nice because we also then have the advantage of their different insights. Everyone's got a view, everyone knows each other, so it's nice.
Oh, he's missed with the yellow, has he?
Yeah.
Right, so chance for Jamie, especially if he can run this smoothly, to make it a much more competitive game.
Yeah.
I think Stephen called that game result far too early.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
Taken a bit of wire. So we have an update from the distant lawn.
Oh, thank you.
5-all.
Ooh.
with Reg having the first play to hoop 11. But again, as we said, playing to 11, it does give the opponent the opportunity to clear, but a slight advantage to Reg. Now, this is one that gets a bit frustrating. You're up 6-3 and you just see this lead eke away. It's a beautiful, beautiful shot, though. It's a bit longer than it looks from that first scene that we had from the camera.
Do you think that the blue is hampered by the peg when it comes to it? It looks...
That's what we're aiming for here, and I think he may have absolutely nailed this. Yeah, looking at Jamie's body language, I think he's got the spot. So Jamie's got a couple of options. One is to nudge blue so he'll get some sort of a double.
Yeah.
He can clear red now. If you nudge blue, then black's out of play, and it might actually be, if you're doing that, you're committing to running the hoop.
We can't see him on
blue.
the camera at the moment.
Yeah, so Jamie's just considering his options. So as I was saying, he can try and clear red directly here if it's blocked, or if you nudge blue, you not only get to clear red, you also get a double with the hoop.
That looks like red, doesn't it?
I think red's better. And if you get the middle of this, you've got a chance of hanging around as well.
Yeah.
Jamie plays at a nice pace. No, let's sail past the left. I think his miss is to the left today.
That was a pressure shot, though, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Well, it's because at 6-4 or 6-5 rather.
Oh, absolutely. He either had to move red or blue, I think. I'm not sure what blue can see, if blue can even see the hoop.
Well, I think the peg's in the way. That's what it feels like. Jack's having a...
Absolutely. So yeah, the question is, can he see either red or the hoop? And it looks like perhaps he's got neither.
That's how it feels. Have we got a shot from behind? Right, here we go. So this is a good layout. Will he be looking to protect the yellow or go in front of the red? Protect the red or go in front of it?
Well, if blue's blocked, if blue's blocked by the peg, then it doesn't matter.
Yeah, that's true.
Otherwise,
quite a wide. Sorry, Jenny. It's quite a wide shot. We'll get there eventually, won't we?
So yeah, to answer your question, he'll only be trying to protect things if the peg's not in the way. The peg is not in the way. Looking at Jamie, just immediately lining that up. And yeah, he's just overhit it really. No, it wasn't.
It was in the way, wasn't it?
Still a longish hoop, but Jack should be able to just relax into this one.
Well, you know what he's planning. Ewan's commenting on Stephen's comment.
Stephen's comment was extremely premature.
Thank you, Ewan. Very nice. Yes.
Yeah, I think Jamie was very unlucky where he ran the hoop too.
Yeah.
And obviously a very, very good positional shot.
Yeah, great. Okay, well that will be
6-5. Game one's Jack good. Oh, sorry, 7-5.
7-5.
Sorry,
It's a new system. A new system.
Yes, playing on time.
Are you going to stay and join us for the next?
I can if you like.
Yeah, please do.
Anyone got any questions? Fire them at us.
Yep.
Ewan, if you're making bacon sandwiches, bring it in.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe or a McDonald's, maybe.
I'd rather have a bacon sandwich, thanks, Ewan.
Yeah.
So what else we've got going on the tracks? We've got Stuart Smith. Is it? Oh no, that's Dom Arvold.
Yeah, it's Dom playing Chris Roberts way over on lawn 3 at the moment.
Yep.
I'll just get these, see what we can.
Richard Bilton playing possibly Matteo.
And we could go and I could go and take a picture of the draws, and then we can have that.
If you like,
Shall we do that? Then we do that. Let me just do that. Are you happy to?
While Pat's doing that, I'll just look it up on Croquet Schools and tell you what's going on. No, we're all good. We'll just keep carrying on while they won't be very long between. Yes, they will. They're off to have a drink. But we'll try and catch up on what's happening on the rest of the games. If I can just find this event. Here we've got the event. In the Shield, there aren't very many players actually. Toby's withdrawn from the Shield. I'm not playing on. Never a fan of playing someone who's just had a whole game warm-up. It's been a very long few days with the Roehampton tournament beforehand. And for many of us, we're heading off to the British Open Association Croquet in a couple of days. So in the Shield, it is probably going to be Inigo Castagnon. I'm thinking winning by default, because I don't think the loser of Reg Aston will carry on. My bacon sandwich didn't come to fruition, sadly. In the bowl, we've got Matteo versus Richard Bilton on the far, far, far distant lawn. We've got no way of knowing what's happening there. And Gary Phipps v Lionel Tibble. So they're bowl semis. In the plate, my chap who I want to win is Dom Arvold, who's playing Chris Roberts, also a really nice chap. And then in the other half, we've got Tim Jolliffe playing Mike Bilton. 6-5 to someone.
Reg.
6-5 to Reg. So, match point to Reg in the other quarter-final.
Got a question coming in from one of our regular contributors. If you'd like to take it, Jenny, please. It's Sylvia Short, who regularly adds. I don't know if you know her name. I've come across her. But she says, good day. So I think we know where she's from.
Yeah.
Or maybe she's just joining in with the cosmopolitan nature of our game. Great day at Budleigh. Would a right-hander be more prone to miss to the left?
I think it's player specific, to be honest.
Yeah.
Also, what we find is a lot of right-handers play croquet left-handed. And it depends on what your bottom hand does when it gets involved more. Some people swing through, twist the mallet in a certain way. Interesting, actually. Reg was demonstrating his new swing trainer last night.
Yes.
It is a huge thing unless you have a vast property. Reg's key thing, actually, which I thought was really, really sensible, was saying his main market, he feels, will be croquet clubs.
Yes.
So it can be more of a social purchase.
Yes, I think so.
And he was talking about how it gives you the feel of where the backswing should be. And his big thing that he pointed out, which I thought was excellent, was it gets you used to a centre of the mallet on centre of the ball contact. And I thought he really underplayed the fact that his swing trainer also teaches you to have a straight follow-through.
Well, that's true,
because
isn't
that goes to Sylvia's question. A lot of people miss because their follow-through is a bit wonky in one direction or another.
We've got a score coming in, I think.
Got a man with a score. What we got?
She's about to take the winning shot with black.
Only if he gets it.
It's about a yard out.
Reg has got a 1 yard hoop 12 with black.
Yes. This is our technical director's voice. You heard Adrian there. We're going to invite him in to do
Thanks,
a little
Adrian,
bit of
and that's it.
We'll do a little bit of commentary.
Hands are off.
Reg
The hats are
wins game 3-7-5 and
Yeah,
will play
there you go.
Stephen in a repeat of last week's Roehampton semi-final.
Yeah, it'll be great. So it's all getting quite exciting, isn't it?
So, unusually, we didn't use Lawn 7 for the quarterfinals. Looks like we're not going to use Lawn 7 for the semi-finals because we want it for the finals. It would be nice to have a quarter there, but...
Yeah, but they're resetting their hoops, as in moving the hoops.
Oh, absolutely, but they could have played a quarter there yesterday and then reset the hoops. But that's all good.
Well, tournament managers decide what tournament managers do, don't they?
Yeah, I think he got the lawn allocations wrong there, but that's okay.
Well, they're under. There's 32
That's
players from lots of games.
No, don't worry. You don't have to defend them. Not everyone's perfect. I'm just pointing out that perhaps it was an oversight to leave that lawn during the quarters. It's not a big deal.
So we're just seeing games, as say, ticking over out there on the lawns at the moment.
Yeah, the boys are still having a drink and a bit of a natter. It's played in a really good spirit, this event. It's a very social tournament, so if you wander back from your lawn to somewhere, you're bound to run into a couple of mates and catch up on things with them.
Although we don't know where Ewan is. He's lurking somewhere with a bacon sandwich, you're hoping.
No, Ewan's not here.
That's what I meant.
Ewan's still at home and no.
Oh, right.
So, no, lots and lots of players have gone home already. There's always this feeling that everyone's going to want to hang around and watch the finals of events, but the reality these days is people come to play, which is fine with me.
Ewan's just picked up your comment or point about the lawn allocations. He thinks it's wrong all event, which is...
Well, it wasn't managed during the event generally. I was delighted to get a game on Lawn 7. I thought it would been quite good fun though.
Okay.
But yeah, normally what you do is you start by planning and going, the final will be there, right, where we're going to put the semis, we'll put the semis there, let's see what we can do with the quarters.
I mean, we've been live streaming what's been put in front of us, so...
not criticising anything, I'm just saying it's a shame not to get on the live stream lawn. We'll move on from that though, because we've discussed that in some detail. So, that's Ewan's mum. So Ewan's Ian and Katrina, Ewan's parents, are staying in the cottage. They've got some
Yeah.
lovely cottages down the back of the
Yeah.
facility. Francis and Chris Roberts also sharing one of the cottages as well down there. Regulars there.
Right, they're coming back on.
Yep.
I just need to get my notebook.
Yep.
I'm not deserting you, Jenny.
Boys are wandering back, checking clips. You have to be a bit careful with checking your clips because you chuck a clip on the peg for the winner of a game, and we had a game where I wandered on and I looked at the clips, chatting to a spectator, and said to the other spectator said to me, "Oh, it's 4-all." One of the players has told me that, and I was looking at the clips and I knew it was 5-3. So we got actually rather close to things being a bit awkward there. And he asked the player, "Hey, what's the score now?" when another hoop was run. And the player gave him the wrong score, and it's certainly somewhere where the spectators can't intervene, and it could have really been quite awkward. So basically hoop 11 was won. The player turned around to shake hands with his opponent, who pointed out, "Mate, you're not there yet, it's only 6-5. But as it was, he went on to win the game.
Okay, we're underway. So Jamie's just teed off with the dear oh dear. He's put the blue across. Can't see where it's gone yet. Yes. Was that a good position? Was that where you'd expect past the hoop?
A little bit, well, I don't really want it past the hoop, I'd like it dead straight. It looks runnable, but looks a little bit challenging. I think you'll be okay with that. I think that Jack is likely to only have one shot at it though. It's difficult enough that you play a ball in and then you try and clear that one.
So in this game, will Jamie be changing his approach or style in terms of he's one game down, or does he just concentrate on good technique, good play? How does it work?
No, you're not going to panic at that stage. 7-5, he came back well. Had a couple of poor shots that he'll be going, well, we'll just reset things. His technique's good.
Yeah.
He's a really solid player. As you see, first ball, it plays in deep because blue isn't that good. If black puts in a cracking shot, you don't want blue clearing you to a million miles away. So what we got with black. Black's straight. Black's a good ball. Now, this is where Stephen's immediately thinking of having a wee snuggle, so playing up into the red ball such that red can do nothing.
Okay.
Quite a long shot to play though, and it is a little bit across the line of red. Other options you've got, clearing red so it can't have a shot at the hoop. Because remember at the start of the last game, that shot was left. You know, the things are a bit different in terms of the rotations, but the deep ball was left there.
Jack was quick onto the yellow there, wasn't he? It was sort of immediate.
These aren't slow players. They've placed the ball while the other one's rolling. So yeah, they'll...
Good news for you, Jenny. We've got a colleague, Aston's popped in to join us, and so you've got another experienced player.
Hey, buddy.
Than me chuntering.
Hi, Jenny.
Very sorry to see you here.
Yeah, sorry to be here, really, but at least it keeps me occupied. Yeah, had a good match with Reg, just finished off the final game this morning, which he won 7-5, but both playing reasonably well, so can't be too disappointed. Bring me up to speed on this one, would you, Jenny?
Right, so yeah, Jamie won the toss, didn't get particularly good position in the first game, so Jack managed to generate a long hoop and from there just kept his nose in front. So Jack shot a little bit better, run hoops a little bit better, but we've had a couple of short hoops missed by both. Nothing catastrophic done by either play, they're both very good players. So yeah, just early days. Quite an interesting bit at the end of the first game. So Jamie's busy catching up. He was 6-3 down. And Stephen had signed that game off.
Okay.
But yeah, 6-3 down. He runs hoop 11, and then Jamie just took this fabulous position such that. Jack took fabulous position such that Jamie couldn't see the hoop because of the peg from where he'd run the hoop to, and couldn't see Jack's ball.
Oh, very nice.
So he missed a clearance with his other ball, and that was pretty much that.
So Jamie's just missed to the north boundary. I'm not sure if we think he was attempting to rush blue there, or if he was shooting at red. If he was shooting at red, it was quite wide, so I think maybe he was having a go to rush on blue. But
Yeah, you see, one of them seemed to play a shot like that earlier.
Doesn't seem to be hampered here, so
Often you just want to nudge it so you've got a double, so you've got a bit more interest in the shot. But this will be going for any sort of hoop you can see. Looks like yellow's played him rather well. Yeah, that was a nice block by yellow. So may I ask, are you playing on the shield?
I will not be playing on the Shield, no. I've got to drive back home to the North Cotswolds, so I think I'll do that.
Well, we can announce the winner of the shield is Inigo Castagno.
Very well done to Inigo.
It's the case of last man standing, which often happens in the shield event.
Yes, but still well earned. He did win a first round of the Shield, didn't he? So no, he's just made his way through for free. Okay, fair enough.
But, I mean, a lot of the players that are getting to the deep stages of these events have come to try and win the main event and put a lot of mental energy into that and a lot of physical energy. And, yeah, while other folks maybe like to see you play on the consolation events, your heart's not always in it, is it?
No, not after, as you say, putting everything into the main event. Perhaps if you have a sort of night to reset, then you might be happier coming back. But after immediately losing, generally not up for playing something less important. But anyway, so Hoop 3, as I was saying on commentary yesterday on this Lawn 6, is really quite challenging to approach. It's slightly uphill on the way there, and then once you get there, it starts going down. So Blue hasn't quite made it there. Black is in front though, so Jack needs to take that one out.
Yeah, you'll have some interesting insight. You've played on here a wee bit, haven't you?
Yes, quite a lot recently. A lot against Ewan as well. Yeah, good shot.
Oh, a lovely shot right in the middle. So yeah, one clearance and it generates Jack the chance to break at this hoop and take the lead. I think Jack's taken position pretty well. It's a little bit long, but straightish looking, is it?
Yeah, it's pretty much perfectly straight, that.
So you're happy with your play during this tournament then?
Very happy, actually, yes. I've got a slightly newer technique as of this year, with a grounded swing instead of casting. So it's taking a bit of time to get that fully up to speed, but it seems to be making good progress. And I've also changed my jump shot slightly so that I don't cast on those. And they were probably my best shot against Reg, actually. So that was good news.
Oh, it's good when changes immediately pay off. Yeah, I only saw you play a couple of shots, just with all the action and everyone playing. Saw a couple of your longer shots without casting, and they looked really solid.
Thank you. Yeah, the longer ones aren't all quite there yet. But yeah, generally happy. How do you feel you've played, Jenny?
It's been a bit mixed. I mean, some days I've just shot really, really well. Against Dom and Lionel, I hit pretty much everything I looked at. But then positionally, as soon as I got more tired, and Lawn 5 was quite a tricky lawn because again it's a sort of too paced and funny things happening. What you tend to find at croquet clubs is you get the club players tend to stampede their way around the areas close to hoops. So they tend to be a little bit slicker sometimes. And you'll notice this even on the pictures, like you can see Lawn 5 in the background's got the several slightly paler patches near the hoops. And yeah, my positional play just wasn't as good as it needed to be. We were commenting that positional play is probably a bit easier this morning. Did you find that, just with the sun not out yet?
Yes, we did actually. One of the things that makes positional play slightly more challenging here is that lawns 5 and 6 are a fair bit quicker than 7 and 8, and some of the other lawns around, so moving between them becomes a challenge. But yeah, 7 and 8 slightly slower, so they'll be easier than taking position on this one for the final.
Yeah, the final looks fairly consistently green. Big shot for Jamie. Decent.
Take the rejection. Still in front.
Yeah,
Might
pretty
even
decent
be
shot.
blocking yellow. By Jack's slight bemusement, perhaps it is.
Yeah, head's hanging a little bit there, isn't it? I think he's looking for someone with a hammer. Yep. So I felt that these hoops have just started to get a bit loose in the ground. I mean, the ground's really hard, so it gets pushed around a bit and the holes get a bit bigger. What's your experience been?
I wouldn't necessarily say started. I think they've been a little bit loose all the way through. It's tricky to keep them firm when you've got players hitting so hard. But Francis is doing an excellent job of going and hammering them all in. And they've just reset lawn 7 for the finals, so that should be really good.
That should be great. Yeah, I think the start of the day they're not too bad, but they're just much worse as the day's gone on.
Yeah. But we should say massive effort to set up all these lawns with quadways each day. So yeah, very impressed.
Do you know the story of the hammer that we're seeing in action there?
No, it's obviously wonderful coordination, pink hammer, pink outfit, pink hat, but do tell me the story, Jenny.
I believe, I may have a couple of the attributions wrong, but it was a birthday present to Francis from her husband.
Ah, very nice.
And then I think it may have been Chris Roberts who painted it pink. It is a surprisingly heavy hammer, that little pink fella. There we go, this is a jump, isn't it?
Yes, it
Feet
will be.
a bit further forward.
Yep.
He's a good jumper, is Jack. It hasn't been successful yet today, though.
Had many attempts?
2 incredibly long ones.
Right.
He's hit them reasonably well.
It was good effort, that. It stayed in the jaws. But Jamie's jump with black looks fairly easy, so red will need to be clearing that. He's actually looking at whether he can maybe cut it out if blue takes better position. I think you'd probably just jump over that.
I think you'd jump it, yeah. It'd be hard to get yellow too far away, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it's going to have to bounce off the wire, really. A bit unpredictable.
Plus, if it's not dead centre, then it's very much disadvantaged to the next hoop.
Now, this is interesting. He's going halfway.
Ooh.
Jack's got maybe a 16-yard clearance with red.
I don't like this, yeah.
No, I don't. If Jack were to clear black, perhaps to the side boundary, and blue's in front, then black can at least return a shot at yellow
Yeah.
with blue in front. Whereas now, if Jack hits this, he's almost certain to be winning the hoop.
Plus, given the score's 1-1, it's not a time to be thinking of a cheeky advantage, I think.
No, 2-0 down, it's perhaps a bit more interesting.
And
I probably still wouldn't do it, actually.
chances are this is cleared to the side boundary, so it's got a clearance all the way back towards us, to the west boundary. Yeah, I found I've played a couple of shots like this and then thought maybe that was a little hasty.
Well, it might pay off now. We'll
Yep.
see how he does with this jump shot. You'd expect him to be getting this quite comfortably.
So just showing Aston. Oh, we'll have a look at this jump shot first.
Yeah, quite a lot of height on that. Actually, probably caught the underside of the crossbar, so hasn't made its way through too far. But he gets a 2-1 lead.
Played it well enough, but you'd have been hoping to get a lot further down the lawn, wouldn't you, with that shot?
Yeah, he's hit it at actually quite a nice pace if it doesn't hit the crossbar.
So we've got a few watchers from New Zealand.
Oh, that's wonderful. Very good.
So we had a chat through this before. The main,
Is that James Galpin out there?
that is James Galpin hosting a croquet watching party from my lounge.
Brilliant.
Also welcoming, where are you? Paul Warner from Tauranga in New Zealand. And over 90 people watching, so there's a few from Australia and New Zealand, because not bad evening entertainment actually.
No, brilliant to have some viewers from around the world, so thank you all for watching.
So, sorry.
Will they be committed enough to stay awake for the final is the question. I don't know what the time is going to be by then.
Yeah, it could be a bit late. Stephen's pretty pacey, but I think Reg will control the pace of their match a wee bit. They haven't started the other semi-final yet, by the way, but they will be on the adjacent lawn. So yeah, I think Jack's obviously had to go through the hoop to get down there, and it's wicked off a long way, that yellow, so it's not runnable.
Yeah, Jamie's just taken a defensive position over to the side boundary with blue.
Jack's played a cracking shot. So he's got position and he's on a line where blue, is blocked by yellow. This is Jamie, it's maybe some sort of a double. Misses that. I'm not sure if he was shooting at a double or a hoop or a ball.
Well, given red's block from blue, he probably had to shoot at red even if he didn't have a double.
Yeah.
But yeah, it did look as though he might have a double there. So well worth a go. Are you looking to move this yellow ball or just leave it where it is?
If it's fully blocked, I think I'm probably leaving it where it is. Obviously he can jump over it,
Yeah.
but it's fairly long. It's almost on your bounce position for jumping, because if you play too big a jump, you're just likely to ping over red as well. So it's not a bad spot. You go too close, you're offering a bit of a chance of a double clearance.
He's looking at the wire from black instead.
Fair enough, absolutely reasonable.
Hasn't got it though. A little bit disappointed there.
If you think there was any doubt.
Understandably so.
What would you have done there? Would you have taken this line, or?
It very much depends who I'm playing. Against Jack, I'm probably inclined to try and get the wire, given he's quite good with those little jumps. Against Jamie, perhaps I'm more likely to let him have that jump. As you say, jumping over the ball is not difficult, but getting the right bounce for the clearance is the challenge. So I might have just left yellow on the blocking line.
And you can't miss hit it if you leave it on the line. So important one for Jamie. Look where he's lining up.
This looks to be missing left, doesn't it?
We had this before, and he massively overcompensated when he hadn't lined up well.
Right.
But the thing with Jamie, also you'll see with his grip, he often sort of throws an elbow out when he's hitting his ball, but he's so accurate.
Ewan loves it when he does that. He thinks he's hitting every time when he does that kind of twist.
He does it very well when he does it.
It's part of the repeated technique, then it probably works for him, but wouldn't coach it.
Yeah, I think for people at home looking for a technique to emulate, maybe that one's a little bit harder to be consistent with.
Has he always done it, or has it sort of developed over time?
Honestly can't remember. Well, I've played him a lot over the years, I can't really remember that. He's always been a really good shot. So yeah, as soon as he tried his hand at GC, you knew he'd be decent.
Yeah. Do we think he's maybe looking at a double clearance there?
Always tempting when there's something on. It's a little bit south, but you gain so much.
If it were the other way around and red were the first ball he was clearing, then he'd definitely be having a go. But if he gets it wrong here, you have to try and hit yellow first for the double. So if it goes wrong, red just runs the hoop. So he might just take out red.
We had someone do that with the balls further apart against Stephen and I, and the doubles were very impressed. Because yeah, as you say, you have to hit the wrong ball first. So it's a loser if you don't get the double, if you go for it. He's just gone for the safe option here. Which does leave him an awfully long clearance with black. That's what, 12 yards with black maybe?
Yeah. As you say, good shot there, so we've got to try and count on hitting 12-yarders at this stage of the tournament. Do we think Jack will try and play in blocking black or just come back into position?
Good think about it. I like getting good position. I guess you do need to block black because blue is just absolutely all over any spot that red takes.
Yeah.
So you might as well protect yellow and try and get the hoop with yellow. And also, I think it'll probably have a bit of the hoop blocked as well. No, he's pulled it well short of that. Lovely fluent pace of play from these two players as well, isn't it?
Yes, really good to watch. as you say, Stephen and Reg in the background might be a little bit slower. No, Stephen's actually having his warm-up as well.
You think?
Yeah.
Been a bit of a shout out, guys, to see where everyone's watching from. We've got
Yep.
90 plus viewers, and the Southern Hemisphere is well catered for.
Yep.
And
So if you want to see where people are watching from, if you just open up the chat on the YouTube stream. So yeah, a few from Australia. Aussies won't have to stay up quite as long as the Kiwis. This is quite good viewing. When I've been over in New Zealand and some stuff going on in England, I've actually really enjoyed it, just popping it on in the evenings to watch.
Ah, lovely. Likewise, when there's stuff going on in Australia and New Zealand, I quite like to pop it on, particularly over the winter. So 2-all now, Black's offside.
So yeah, what we found, and a question was raised at one point about you should really ask, but the players here, we've been playing a long time, we know each other pretty well generally, although we've got a few newcomers. If a ball's offside and it's completely obvious where it would be directed to, players are normally just kicking it over there or going and moving them.
Yes. In this case, though, it's a central hoop, so you probably do need a direction here from
Yeah.
Jack as to which side he'd like it.
But yeah, it's assumed and understood it's going somewhere.
Yes.
I think he's quite impressed with that position taken there.
Yeah, so he's made a good choice to send it over to the western penalty area. You can see that patch there is a little bit browner, so taking position from that side is slightly more challenging.
Eastern even.
Eastern, sorry, yes, well done, quite right. And it also makes it harder for Jamie to come in down any sort of blocking line.
Yeah. So if you're disappointed by that miss, it's just one of those sort of mid-paced ones which isn't at your normal shooting pace, so isn't as natural to swing very often. He's coming in hoping to protect the... Well, he's not really going to try and protect it, no, just taking position with...
Yeah, you just focus
Red
on
over
good
there.
position there, don't you? Do we think Jack will be interested in the hoop now?
It seems like a good option, doesn't it? You're in all sorts otherwise. The only other option for Jack is to hope that he hits blue centrally and then hits black centrally and then he's back into things.
Yes. If black were better, I'd probably have the hoop, because black's not guaranteed. I'm a little bit more interested in blue here. Yellow's also run the hoop slightly east of centre, so it makes running hoop 5 from there a little bit more challenging. This looks like blue.
Does, yeah. Jack's a lot more predictable where his feet are pointing. Nope. Oh, that's quite a long way off for Jack. Yeah, one of the things Reg was saying last night when he demonstrated his swing trainer is it also gets your feet in quite a central position on either side of the ball.
That's another thing I've sort of messed around with, is how wide I have my feet apart. There was a phase last year where they were really quite wide. They've come back in a little bit now. I don't really know what's going on with it, but it should be whatever feels comfortable, really.
Was he jawsing that?
I don't think he should have been jawsing it. He should have been trying to run it. If he does jaws it, Jack can just put 2 balls by the peg, and is in really good shape for 6. So better for Jamie just to run that. But as you say, it hasn't gone very far through.
He hit it in a really dribbly manner. Where's this going?
That looks
Oh,
good.
it's
That's
beauty.
gorgeous.
Yeah, I think with the feet, you play around with it a bit and then you sort of often stop concentrating on it and eventually have a look down and see where they've settled. Right, another one of these interesting positions. Is the peg in the way, or is...
I don't think it is. This might be a double if he's taking this. Otherwise, you could look at trying to promote blue.
I don't think blue necessarily has a lot, but this looks like a tasty shot. It's pulled across a bit.
Yeah, it's a good shot.
I'm always disappointed when I hit the ball in a double. I think it's a double, but
You really want the hoop, don't you?
If you know which side you're missing on the day, you can often be on the right side that you can aim at the hoop.
Yeah, Chris always seems to think he has a miss to one side in particular. I don't know if you consistently have that, or if it is just dependent on the time of day.
I think I generally do. I can't at this instant remember. I think the answer is that I often hit the wrong ball in golf croquet, in association croquet and a lead, so my miss is to the right.
Right, okay. I'll remember that next time we play each other and just put them slightly further apart.
Yeah, I can miss by a long way with you. Thinking the women's against Gabs, I hit one that was a couple of feet away.
Ah.
I wasn't embarrassed.
So, Jamie shooting at yellow here. There we go, found the best view for you. The score is 3-2, I think that's just being updated.
Right.
Oh, it's a good shot. He's got a little bit unlucky there, but I think blue is just about still runnable. It's nasty though.
It's always disappointing when you get this unlucky ricochet. I think Ewan was really disappointed that there were multiple times, quite a large multiple, where his opponent yesterday would be shooting at a ball and would get in and off, occasionally hitting the ball he wasn't shooting at and getting the in and off. So he got all his luck bundled up.
I can normally let it go if they hit the ball they're aiming at and get a little bit lucky with an in-off, but if they hit the wrong ball and go in-off, I might be a little bit more frustrated.
Greetings to Sabri, who's we recognise as a New Zealand croquet player, and he is now commenting on the semi-final on TV from Albania.
Oh, wonderful.
So really have got a wonderful reach of croquet around the world now. I think the connection of having the live streaming is great, because now the people overseas are familiar with you guys, so they have much more interest in, when you come to playing events, it's not just the Englishmen.
Yes, that's really good actually. Hopefully they can start to take an interest in supporting some of the players as well if you pick one that you fancy. Always nice to be backing someone. So Jack's hit a really good shot there, cutting Jamie to corner 3. Okay, so we're looking at 3-all in a minute, with both Jamie's balls in poor positions for 7.
Yeah, that ball will be almost certainly coming back over to the east penalty spot. I mean, occasionally it's useful to leave them south of a hoop, or somewhere a bit different to where they're used to playing up to the hoop from. And just occasionally get a position where you run a hoop to wide from a ball that's offside. You can leave it there, but it'll be heading away.
Nice smooth stroke there. Do we think he was trying to get a rush option with yellow? He wasn't happy that went off the north boundary, was he?
He didn't seem pleased. He does have a lovely smooth swing. It's not generally this would be a good one to rush to, wouldn't it? Because any clearing ball that Jamie's got's over on the penalty spot.
Yes. So taking position from about as far away as possible. It's not great, that.
We're going to reach the goal? Not quite.
No.
It's a problem. You don't want to be short, but these lawns are quick enough that if you give it a bit, it will just keep sailing on. Yeah, so he'd have liked to get the promotion. It's I'd say very rarely correct to promote a ball, isn't it?
Rarely, yes. It's nice to have the option, but given where black's gone, I probably wouldn't take it even if I had it.
There's certainly a time and place for it, though, where it is the best option. Seen a lot of people where they've come up short for the ball and played their next ball into it just to nudge it. A lot of people having success here. These lawns are pretty good. They're generally pretty flat, aren't they?
Yeah, I've had a couple of nice nudges actually. I'm very happy to try and play a nudge as long as you're not losing position by trying it. If if you play it a little bit too hard and end up with 2 balls out of position, then you look a little bit foolish. So nudges aren't always the way to go. So we got a comment from Ewan, I think, talking about Jamie's swing. He believes he's not doing enough of that little twisty loop action. So if he brings out that again, maybe he'll start hitting more.
Yeah, he's just talking about it.
Oh, right, and also Sabrin.
Yeah, we just spoke
Right,
about it.
thank you.
Yeah,
Just
well,
checking.
So not brilliant position with blue from the eastern penalty area. Jack's just played a little nudge to slightly improve yellow.
But yeah, like you say, he's played red in there, but not lost the red if he'd missed as well. That would have stayed in front.
And I think given they're both now runnable, Jamie will take the hoop here. Looks more like yellow, actually.
Yeah, he's thinking
Depends
he's
if
got
he thinks he
enough
can
control
run with blue. Don't like it. I probably prefer a black shot.
He's got a fair bit of control there, but I mean, this is going to be a shot at the hoop if he takes it, and he may not get another opportunity.
Oh, great
Oh,
shot.
Lovely. Yeah, I mean, if you watch enough of these games and like do the analysis of shots and position and stuff, you very often spot one of the facts is shots on goal is really important. If you don't have enough shots, and that was a chance for a shot at the hoop.
Yeah. I was playing Guy Skirfield the other day, and he kept sort of looking at clearance options, and then regularly realised he had a hoop shot and just turned around and round the hoop. So yeah, having your shots is really key when you get the option.
That's what makes Guy an unbelievably difficult player to play, because Guy will look at a hoop and go, well, that'll be fun. I quite like playing those ones that look at the hoop and go, oh, but there's a ball nearby, that's a bit scary, I'll clear it.
It's delightful when all you have to do is put a ball in and force them to clear. But yes, anyone that has the confidence to take on their hoop shots can be quite scary. That's not a great position, that.
Looks like it's blocking.
I don't know if he's got it.
Maybe. Well, he needs to have, given how short he is with that red.
I'm not sure I'd have played to try and get on the blocking line there. I think I'd have just wanted a good red. But
It's nice to put the pressure on, because if you don't get the block and yellow gets cleared, suddenly you're back to being underdog.
oh,
Ooh,
black had chances there.
yes.
So that's quite unfortunate in that it's knocked blue offside, I believe. If black does run this hoop.
And it does suggest Jack got the block
But
there,
yes,
doesn't it?
yeah, good shot from Jack to get the block there.
Oh, this is interesting. I don't know if they got the technology. Can you play us a replay of that last shot? No.
Not set up, I'm afraid.
No worries. So we can't get a replay of that. There is the question of, did that go through? He's putting a clip on. No, he's not. He's checking the
No,
hoops
it's
to him.
just-
I didn't think it went through.
It would have been perfectly clean if it did.
Well, sometimes it is.
Yeah, I'm
Like-
sure some of our viewers can comment.
Ewan had a difficult one like that where it was unclear if a ball had gone through a hoop, didn't he?
Yes, he
Games.
spoke about that. I had an in-off against Callum that finished at such a silly angle, having gone through the hoop, that I really had to question had it actually gone through. Fortunately, Callum was stood dead on the line and other spectators had seen it. But
Yeah, I had one in the women's invitation and I didn't claim it, and I was talking to Chris afterwards, and yeah, the trouble is it has got so much spin when it goes through I was really very sure it had gone through, but just
Exactly,
enough
it
doubt.
finished at about 60, 70 degrees offline, so you do have to question it.
we've got it's a pretty good shot from Jamie. It's drifted a wee bit.
Yeah, so that's actually one of the easier hoops to take position at on this lawn. It tends to pull up a little bit as you approach hoop 9. So going past it is quite rare.
Interesting body language from Jack there. This might be a one-shotter, although looks like blue and black and yellow are very close together, so he might have to take the
I
shot with
think
red.
based on that, you probably do take the shot with red, even though it's further away.
Yeah, look at black and yellow. If Jamie thinks he's running it, yellow's not shooting at anything.
Yeah, ordinarily red would just play in here, but a good spot from Jenny that those balls are close enough together that you have to take the first shot.
Just a bit of an update from the other semi-final, which got underway a wee while ago. Looks like Reg is 2-0 up against Stephen.
I'm quite confident in Reg for that one. He was playing well this morning.
Yeah, Stephen has played pretty well, but Reg's top level's just a little bit higher still, I think.
Yeah, it's been pretty strong so far this season. Beat me in the final at Colchester in the East Anglian Championship, and then beat Ewan at Roehampton recently. So yeah, very strong season so far.
I think I was playing at the time, but Chris said that both Ewan and Reg just played brilliantly in the final. Reg was slightly more brilliant.
Sadly, I missed catching that final, but always good when they're both playing well. Sorry, we've got Sam's father out the window smiling at us.
Baz has been great. He's a wonderful support to Sam, because often you see parents will put pressure on their kids and maybe make them feel a bit bad if they mess up or feel like they have to do well. But both Ian Burridge and Baz, who are here, are both really good for the kids, I think.
Yes, absolutely. So Jamie's played the block. Jack's tried to flick off to 10. Hit it a little bit too hard.
It's on sailing past, yeah.
Yeah, it's actually gone off the north boundary there. It was a good line, but just far too hard there.
Either of you speak Spanish?
Unfortunately not. I'm going to presume it's something along the lines of marvellous day to play croquet.
So thumbs up.
Thanks.
Yes.
Thanks, Pedro.
That's where we need Ewan. Ewan will translate it.
But no, it's just really good that there's such wide interest. When what have we got? We've got England,
And South Africa.
and South Africa / England.
Ooh,
Sorry,
I
Reg.
don't know about that.
Safely a long way from Reg. But yeah, all UK-based players. But there's still that interest because we now know the players from, meeting them in different events, but also having that contact of watching them on streaming nowadays.
Now this is interesting. So Jamie's jawsed it, and he's actually put another ball in. I wondered whether he might go halfway with black there, given yellow's on the north boundary.
Yeah, I think this is a halfway one, really. Halfway trying to block yellow from blue.
It's really tempting. At the same time, securing a 5-4 lead is big.
Yeah.
Might have gone halfway, but again, you look foolish if Jack hits this. So
Yeah, and like you say, getting that 5-4, getting that fifth point's really quite big. So you're not sort of feeling like you're chasing your tail as much. Suspecting 2-1 in Stephen's game.
yes, it looks like a blue clip on 3. So big shot for Jack.
So really good chance to get a 2-shot lead here as well. You can play that up nicely to in front of the next. It looks like it's pretty central.
Yeah, he's played a good shot, draws in that.
Has he played a good shot here? He's clubbed it, has he?
I think it'll pull up.
Level.
No,
Still in charge of the hoop, and he's basically policing everything, but he's on the wrong side to police it, and he he's just gone too far, really. You'll be disappointed by that.
Yeah, it's not an easy hoop to approach, that one. It is sort of on a ridge line, so you can either hill out left or right if you don't approach it dead straight. But as you say, he hasn't got the pace right either, really. So, a bit disappointing. Hasn't made the most of that advantage that he had from jawsing, but still in very good position.
Yeah, Ewan very sensibly has pointed out that game down going halfway is probably too aggressive, and Blue's going to play down to that hoop anyway.
Yes, yeah.
It's brightened up a bit now. Do you see the very slight Hamilton?
Patrick's-
Trying to be positive.
Patrick's trying to convince us that this pure white sky is brighter than when it was a pure
it
white
is brighter
sky.
outside. Do you think it started to speed up a lot? Or does that matter at this stage?
I don't know.
Oh, that's a nice black.
It's hard to tell without being on them, isn't it?
I'm not sure is black runnable there? Possibly.
We probably need the other angle back again.
Yeah. It looks a little bit
Not
marginal.
convinced, yeah.
So you notice that red played out to the side, and that was deliberate, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. So blue here can only choose to clear it to the side boundary, whereas if it were where yellow is, it could potentially go all the way back down to the south boundary. That's pretty weak, really.
Well, if he clears the other side of it, I am wondering if black's straight enough, if there is some sort of an in-off or staying near hitting the hoop opportunity.
Oh yeah, but now he's got a nice clearance going over to 11, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's got a big smash, hasn't he? And he's behind. He really would like to get this advantage at 11.
Yeah, from Jamie's perspective at 5-4 up, you really don't want to concede anything that gives Jack an advantage at 11.
Wrong side of that. I was thinking maybe aiming a couple of yards out of corner 2 with that rush.
Yeah, I agree.
It does leave him with a bit of control at 11, but not as much as one would like.
I have the translation.
Yep.
A marvellous day to play croquet.
Oh.
And a big hug for you, Jimmy.
Oh,
And
very
Aston.
nice.
And
that's
Aston.
Oh, brilliant, thank you.
That was from one of the wives of one of the players.
Oh, lovely.
Thank you, Pedro, and thanks for the translation.
Well, I got the first sentence right. I didn't figure out the word for hug, but there we go, that's lovely. So good shot there from Jamie. He's cleared yellow and is probably now marginal favourite at this hoop again.
Yeah, I mean, we got to play blue. Like to be playing it on a wide line from red. Sorry, he's cleared yellow.
He's cleared yellow
Sorry.
so well that black's actually stayed on the
All
lawn.
way around. I've been interested in clearing black there.
So blue can now come in wide from red, as Jenny says, either through the hoop or through yellow is better. It gives him a straighter hoop.
Yeah, I think yellow's given you quite a good opportunity there. I don't know where he's pointing. He
So
looks
it's not looking for a wide line here.
maybe wiring from using the hoop.
No, hasn't got it. I think I much preferred the wide line through yellow there.
Yeah, I think it was a much bigger area and it was much straighter on the hoop.
And if you don't get it, blue's an extra yard away from red compared to where it is now,
Yeah.
which just makes it slightly more difficult for Jack to hit it and keep control.
So the hoop's fairly open, but if you hit the middle of blue here, it's interesting. If you hit the middle of blue at a gentle pace, you got this small percentage chance of blocking black on yellow. So maybe he's looking at this going, which pace shall I hit this?
Ooh,
I don't like
this
that.
is interesting. Not keen.
I think he's basically saying blue doesn't run, but don't
I
like
think
that.
it does run. And now Jamie's got a double clearance here.
And now everything's leaving.
Oh, crikey.
That's disappointing. I thought he easily had everything there.
Yeah, I'd have been aiming at yellow first, certainly. And it should have taken red out if he hit it in the middle of the two balls.
Plus taking the double there, black's just going to die. It's going to stop right there.
Yeah. No, that's just a poor shot, unfortunately.
Yeah, he did look very disappointed as soon as he made the contact.
Black, however, has in a half decent position for 11. We'll see that. There we are. Thank you. Jack always likes to check the hoops. That's just part of his routine. I tend not to, but perhaps I should more often.
Yeah, occasionally you don't. You're like, oh, cheers. Could have done with that bang down.
Oh dear.
It's a disappointing dribble. I didn't think he needed to hit it that softly either.
So, yeah, you want to run it gently if you can, so that you're closer for your clearance over to 11.
Yeah.
But it didn't need to be that soft. Do we think there's any chance he was attempting the jaws? I don't think he should have been.
What, to get red back and play?
Yeah,
Don't
black
think it's
back.
worth it.
on
Is
the
this a
side.
jump, is it?
This should be it. Oh, okay, fine.
So
You-
it's
you might-
commentator curse time.
Yeah,
I was
um,
standing outside looking at a look at the shots, and I thought that's lovely smooth action.
Oh, look at where yellow is too. That looks a bit awkward.
Yeah, that's nasty. So you quite like to play your angled quadway hoop shots with a bit of jump, don't you, Jenny?
Yes.
I tend not to. I try and play them a bit more smoothly. Ewan has coached me on that one. But yeah, the jump works for some people.
The longer ones I'll often just play smoothly, and they do just tend to fall through. Especially later in the tournament, I notice there's rabbit runs tend to generate. I'm not saying it's a bad feature. This is the game.
Ooh.
At least he hung around. It's handy.
Yeah, it's good effort.
But you tend to find, particularly these quadways, because the hoops are a bit harder to run, the ball more often stops and spins in the hoop. So almost a bit of a runway gets generated through the hoop. And I find later in the tournament, it feels like you can sort of play it through that. Obviously then they do things at the final like move the hoops. Which I think is brilliant.
Yeah, that's really good actually. So Jack, just having a look there as to whether blue might have an in-off. I don't think there's a lot that he could do about that.
No, yellow
You
certainly.
can think about trying to play it on the blocking line, but then yellow won't have a nice hoop shot, so I think he just needs to take position here.
Probably going to look at can he protect yellow a bit, because I think he's, I'm not even sure he's got a line to do that, to be honest. No, just get in front of your hoop. Yeah, as Ewan says, this black that's sort of pinned on the hoop, if red jumps, that's absolutely massive.
Yes. Red's jump is quite challenging though. It's harder than it looks on the current view.
Yeah, we've got quite a good view of the angle from where we're sitting, and it does look horribly angled. It's pointing towards the corner almost.
Yeah. I'd still be very tempted to have a go. As Ewan says, it's a big advantage with black not being able to approach 12, but it is really pushing the limits, I think. Someone's cheering on Ewan Burridge, or maybe Ian. I don't think either of them are playing, but nice that he has some support.
Oh, it's nice to have the contributions from Ewan as well. He's got a really good knowledge of the game and the tactics.
You happy with this, Jimmy?
Just checking that he's happy and doesn't need a ref. Don't think the refs have been kept too busy during this event.
No. There was one lawn that seemed to be using Chris quite a lot.
He was whinging he was used about half a dozen times in half an hour.
So I think Jamie should be tempted by the in-off if there's any chance. Worst case, you just
Yeah.
move black out of that nasty position. By worst case, I'm assuming he'll hit it. But
Yeah. I think you're right. This has got to be a shot at black.
okay, so
What do we know?
Jack will probably be tempted by his jump here.
It's just so much to gain, isn't it?
Was red a shot?
Sorry?
I think he probably should have been shooting at red there if he wasn't going to have his in-off.
I fancied black all day, but
Yeah. I think you've got to have a go at this jump, haven't you? No, I know it's not trivial, but you gain so much if you get it.
It's a free go. Obviously, if you bounce horribly, it's not good, but he's good enough that he should hit the hoop and stay in the vicinity.
Could it move the black out or back in?
You'd have to get unlucky to bounce back off the hoop and put black into runnable, I think.
Given where black is, it would be a horrific shot to do that, yeah. There's just so much to gain from this. So he's looking at taking a position that black can't clear him, I'm guessing.
Where's blue gone?
Blue is down just past the halfway mark, about 2 or 3 yards in from the boundary.
Okay, thank you.
So he's taken jumping position. There's nothing black can do here.
Maybe 4 yards in.
And I think yellow's probably all over this. Yellow's angled enough, yeah. Black should be playing its next shot from the east boundary, I suspect.
Yep. And Jamie will probably look to have a shot at yellow here. Oh, sorry. No. I've got confused.
But yeah, he'll be looking
black's,
to clear.
yeah. But he'll be looking to clear red.
Well, there's always a chance that you miss hit the shot, but it's short and reasonably easy.
Yeah, anything on the correct side is fine. There we go.
Yeah, you should be happy with that.
I think he'd be a bit disappointed he hasn't cleared it as far as he'd like to. That hoop moved a lot. That's going to be hammered down before he has a go if blue misses here.
There we go, nice twist.
Yeah, Ewan questioning if black would get to 12. I mean, the other reason for not, well, yeah, if black can't get there, it's worth taking. But you want to be running this with control. You want to be giving yourself a good chance to get down to hoop 12 with this. That is a really good hoop shot.
I played red a little bit further back than I would have liked to be running it with control. But Jack's got a slightly smoother hoop stroke than I do, so he's capable of running those with control.
And actually, you're probably a bit disappointed it didn't go 3 or 4 yards further, aren't you?
Yeah, when you're down, you quite like it potentially level with the hoop to sort of threaten a flick. And it's also a little bit unfortunate that it's come out on that side rather than the other side.
Yeah, so Jamie's keeping himself well to the side because the last thing you can do is let them get any sort of advantage up towards 13. Be interesting to see the way Jack plays this to see if he can generate anything. Jamie is less experienced at GC, but a hugely intelligent player.
Yeah, I thought his first couple of seasons there were a few things that I feel he wasn't doing perfectly. He just sort of made it slightly harder for himself than he needed to. But these days I feel he's pretty much bang on the money with his tactics. So Jack here will just choose to clear blue. Nice controlled clearance in the middle.
Yeah, it's really difficult for Jamie here. There's such limited options for where Jamie can play to. Now, where's blue
He's
gone?
having a go at his hoop. We did say that that's a key part of the game, is taking your hoop shots.
Well, if you clear yellow, you're just offering red the flick. Yellow comes in, red smashes black.
I wouldn't consider it a flick as long as you hit it in the middle or slightly on the right.
Oh, it's not a flick, but it's going to
yeah.
be an absolute smashing it, and it's
Well,
still
sure.
going to get you up towards corner 3.
Yeah. There we go, that's fine, no flick.
That's perfectly reasonable.
I think part of the logic for that, rather than taking his tricky hoop, is that if he were to fail the hoop and yellow were to run, he'd have quite a challenging approach to 13 with blue. And as I say, hoop 3, hoop 13 is the nastiest hoop on this lawn to approach.
So what do you expect to happen? Say you're playing from hoop 12 up to hoop 13. Can you hit it at the hoop? Does it hill to the left or?
It will hill into the hoop, and normally from, if you're trying to approach it from around hoop 12. As long as you give it 18 inches, you're fine. If you aim a foot left of the hoop, you're suddenly at risk of going into it. So it's not a silly hill, but you just have to be aware that you can't play it too tight to hoop.
That is important to know though, because there was at least one other lawn, maybe where I played Simon the other day, 3 maybe, where it actually hills away from the hoop, so you just aim it at the hoop and it sort of rolls up and ends up in front. So it's quite an important part of your practice. Right, so he's playing up here. He tried to wire yellow from black but didn't go far enough. I'll tell you what, you're in all sorts if you do that in golf. Yeah, if you're clearing a bit of debris it's okay, but if you're just sort of checking out the nap, oof.
Reg did that on a snuggle shot that he was playing against me yesterday. He sort of felt the ground, but not on the line of the shot. I think he was just trying to sort of feel how heavy the ground was or something.
Yep, still big penalties in golf. Completely not allowed.
For a ref.
No, Reg wants a ref. I'm not coming, son.
Frances is on her way.
Do you have a pink hammer? France has done a good job. She's been really busy and really vigilant the whole tournament.
Yeah, a lot of work covering all these lawns. But yeah, brilliant job from Frances, as always. Yeah, lovely shot.
Did you see the feet were pointing right at the hoop, I thought there?
I was a bit concerned there, yes. Yeah, he does perhaps just line up his feet a little bit to the left of his shot.
So yeah, for the future as a teammate, if he's pointing at his target, then you can start worrying. Yeah, there's a lot that Jamie does that you wouldn't necessarily coach people to do, but he does it so consistently and so well that you also would never ever interfere with him doing it. Just means if he has a bad patch, there's no coach going to help him.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jamie's taking a little bit of control here, but it's still just anyone's. Where's that going?
It's okay.
It hasn't blocked himself, that's handy. Is it? Oh, it is pretty straight. It's just a bit of a funny angle from where I was.
Happy enough with that, I think.
Now really Jack's the one that wants to be looking to get quite close to the hoop, because the closer you get to the hoop, the more likely you are to get a misstep from Jamie, giving you some sort of clearance that might get you up towards the north boundary. So he'll just sort of start trying to creep a bit closer.
Okay. So, do we think if Jamie misses this clearance on yellow, Jack will take the hoop, or if he'll take blue and try to generate some form of advantage later on?
I was thinking of asking you that myself.
Yeah, well, I've got to it first. So.
Just the risk of, obviously there's the risk of failing it, which you're not looking at, but I think he does want to get some sort of advantage. Both these guys are taking position well, so you don't want to be miles away from the hoop. Well, that was a long way off.
Well, we're about to find out. Ordinarily, I'd say Jack will just have the hoop here, but I'd be really tempted by blue.
Yeah, tempted to just try and get the control, get the misplaced shot by Jamie giving you a clearance up closer to hoop 13. It's just going in front of my hoop, I'm having it. What do you think it is, about 65-35 at hoop 13 if you go first?
That's the stat I've sort of heard before. I've heard 70-30 as well, but I've never run any stats myself on it.
Nice smooth shot.
Good shot.
Yeah, there are people who seem to think that if you played a hoop 13 first, you always win hoop 13, but it's just not true. And also, given the quality of these players, it's actually the case that very often if that first ball is good, it gets cleared. Let's see, it's got some legs on it, this one, hasn't it?
Though.
And it's also gone a bit east of the hoop, I think.
Yeah, it's just caught a little bit of hill there. probably one of those ones that you'd want back, wouldn't you? Jack's trying to send this ball offside, but it's not offside, so that needs to go back.
Oh, in the old days of the rules, it would be a fault for touching the ball. Much more sensible now.
That's a bit bizarre that he's considered that offside.
Well, I had to think about it for a moment. But yeah, obviously the offside line is the line between the two markers. Interestingly, in the rule book, it is the line between the two side markers.
Yeah, the peg's irrelevant, isn't
Yeah,
it?
there's no reference to the peg, so you do want to make sure all those markers are properly placed. I think Chris would love it if those markers were improperly placed. He'd be charging out there, making his ruling. Not covered in the laws, we're fixing that.
Now, I think I'd like to shoot the first ball here, just so it's off the boundary and safe.
Yeah, it's got to go somewhere, so...
It's a shame there's a bit of an angle here, so if he does miss, it'll be slightly more angled, a hoop shot, but you still take this shot.
Doesn't like
He's
it.
missed it on the wrong side as well, in terms of it's now a bigger angle if he does end up taking a hoop shot.
There's just nothing else to do with that ball, really, is there?
No. I mean, you put it in, black takes better position, blue just smashes it away, so you might as well have your shot at blue. Whether yellow also shoots at blue is more interesting. I'm inclined to put a ball in here. It might take a bit of hill and come round onto blue's line if you play it really well.
So you're going to try and dribble it in maybe a foot and a half?
I'm probably not that good. I'm happy with a yard, maybe even 2.
Yeah,
I just want to put a bit of pressure on, really.
Yeah, you can't be short, can you?
No.
All right, where's he coming from? He's corner one-ish. Oh no, he's middle of the south boundary, that's right. That's where he ran the hoop to. So you got choices. I think you can try and play a nice and short, or probably having a shot at something.
Yeah, I'd say Jack's more likely to take the shot at blue than I am. He's also more likely to hit it than I am, so that makes it a better option.
But given what your preferences are, you're probably more likely to get a nice in close ball, aren't you?
Potentially, yes. Let's see.
A lot of what you're trying to do here really is trying to convince them not to have the first shot at the hoop. So trying to generate yourself, albeit a difficult one, potentially a shot at the hoop with red. Or if they don't run a hoop, red's on top of everything to clear it as well.
Okay, so he's elected to put a ball in. Is it going to hill round?
Looks good. It's a lovely, lovely pace. That's a great
Gorgeous
shot.
shot.
Might be blocking blue as well.
That's a very good effort, that. Do we think blue will wimp out of the hoop shot regardless, or will it just have it if it's open?
Oh, red's all over black, isn't it?
Yep.
No, I think I'm taking my hoop on if I can see it. It's jumping.
I don't know if I want the jump.
Oh,
I did take a jump at 13 against Callum, and Chris thought it was horribly wrong. Different position to this, but...
I think there's a lot more play in this hoop given red's not straight.
Oh, great shot.
Very, very well played. Game all.
Good to see a confident line of play there. Jamie didn't spend too much time thinking about it. Just thought, have first go at the hoop.
Plays them very smoothly as well. He's clearly got a lot more power in store if he needs it. Right, your challenge, Aston. What's the score on lawn 5?
That's a great question. We've got a
Yeah,
sort of
you
spyglass here.
Yeah, you take both ends off.
This
Are
is
you
great.
2 guys happy to carry on? No, you can take that
Oh,
end
that
off.
needs to come off.
It's just
Yeah, we're
it's
all
a
good.
protector.
Ah, splendid. Oh,
Remember.
this is exciting. How do I? All right.
Yes. We nearly got a rare photo, Jenny, of the technical director in the background. Our secret weapon, Adrian. Are we still live?
Oh, probably.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we're all good.
Well, that was a good game. They don't seem to be hanging about. Oh no, Jack's coming in for a break. So if you guys want a break, you can have a break. Are you coming back to do the next game?
We're okay. I mean, we can try and see what's going on up there. And that looks like it's got a
Excellent.
fairly interesting position.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
I'm going to go with 5-4 Reg.
5-4 reg, right. Well, you've got enough hoops.
Yeah, I've got the maths
Actually,
right, haven't I?
no, you haven't. You've got
No?
the maths completely
Have I?
wrong.
What?
No,
What?
we've only actually played 8 hoops. Sorry. By the look of it.
Okay, well,
Think.
maybe I've seen more clips than there are actually.
So, how important are numbers to you, Aston?
But clearly not very, which is reassuring as a medical student.
Dr. Aston.
There we go, 5-4 reg, I'm just ahead
Oh,
of
sorry,
the
you're
game.
absolutely right.
Just
Oh, okay.
anticipated him running 9, clearly.
Meanwhile, I'm sharing photos of Aston looking through the
Oh dear.
monocular. It's a monocular, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose so. I've never really used one of these before.
You wouldn't know from looking at you in action.
Oh gosh.
Unfortunately, I don't really have a public site to show. I could send it to Alison, couldn't I?
Oh, Ewan's kindly sent me a message about one of the things I said on commentary when I said that Jack has a slightly smoother hoop stroke than I do. Ewan's decided that's the understatement of the year.
He's a bit harsh. That lad sometimes.
It's a close game, wasn't it? Awesome.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
good.
Could have gone either way.
So we've got Stephen's first up to 9. Can we see a bit of that? I think the camera folks are taking a break, so you're stuck with us. So Stephen's played blue up to 9,
Oh.
up to 10.
We might be able to get the big camera over there for you.
He's 5-4 down. There we
There we
go.
go,
Thanks,
terrific.
chaps. Where is Reg with yellow? So yeah, Reg smashed through the hoop with yellow, so he's somewhere towards corner 3. And I think Stephen's looks like he might have snuggled red up next to black. This is a big smash at blue.
Yeah, good shot.
Reasonable amount of power he played into that shot as well. So yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you, Aston. I think 2-1 Reg, but we will see. So yeah, we might get some more commentators later on. Ewan and Callum are thinking about emerging from their nice slow start.
Terrific, that would be very good. So it looks as though Red can run this. So Reg with an opportunity to take a 6-4 lead.
I would have been really interested to see a Ewan Reg final, but yeah, I think Ewan's opponent played well against them and had 100 pieces of crazy luck as well, but also played well and gave himself the opportunities to have that luck.
Yeah, Ewan's been on great form for quite a while now, since the Worlds really.
Yeah, I thought the World's knockout was a real turning point for him.
Yeah. Yeah, really impressive. Oh no, I've got the score completely wrong. Reg is just 1.
Cheers, Aston. That's
You're so welcome.
7-3 to Reg.
I think we'll confiscate the
I
telescope.
clearly don't know how to use that. Yeah.
We'll go back to the tried and true method of sending a runner. So yeah, Reg takes the first game 7-3. The boys are off having a drink and a natter. What else is happening around the traps? We might have some scores on croquet scores.
Yeah, let's have a look at that.
There are so many events going on in the UK and you know, around Europe that actually quite a few in Australia at the moment that the current event you're in slips so far down the list. Guy is into the saucer final, beating Alfonso Ayuso 10-8. Gary Phipps has crunched up Lionel Tibble in the bowl. So Gary's in the bowl final, waiting for the winner of Richard Bilton and Matteo.
Whereabouts are they playing? Can we see any of that?
Far, far away.
Okay.
Richards takes a little bit longer with his swings. He casts and has a very long arc of a swing. So I suspect Richard v Matteo will be a bit longer, and Gary's game was 7-2, 7-5, so it was a very quick finish. Inigo Castagnon is still listed as playing the winner of Reg and Aston. I can confirm that he has won the Shield without firing a shot in anger. I think we should make him go out and play his ball through the circuit of the hoops and
That sounds good.
and get his win.
We've got Baz back out the window. Hello. Yeah. Otter would be great. Otter?
Cider, please. Thanks,
He's
Baz.
offering.
We wouldn't drink live on air, would we?
Oh, certainly not, no.
No.
0% definitely.
So the saucer, Richard Gardner's headed home. He's a lovely guy. He's not been playing for all that long. He said he's headed back home with his tail between his legs. But yeah, it was really nice to meet him and play with a best of three with him. So Louise got a trip through to the final of the saucer, which is the plate consolation event. And Guy Skerfield will be playing her in that. That should be close. Louise played a really open, aggressive, flowing game against me, and we had a really good match.
Yeah, she took Jamie to 13 as well, which she was really very happy with. I think she just enjoys all the experience she gets at an event like this, but at the same time very capable of beating even the top players.
She's been loving it. Players like her, Alison Warm as well, and also to some extent Diana Wilson. They're really good playing against the better players. They just really need to take the bit between the teeth and not be dragged down with these horrible pit-pat games against sort of weaker
I think
players.
even Ian Burridge comes under that. We've sort of established that he plays a really good game when he's playing someone who he feels is better. But when he thinks he can win by playing more of a pity-pat, softer game, it tends to go wrong for him.
It can be quite horrible to watch too. Okay, so the boys have kicked off. So Yellow played down first. Jack is the loser of the previous game. I've absolutely no idea where Yellow is. It's not bad.
Yeah, be happy with that.
You can see a quite encouraging look through the hoop actually. It's quite nice when you can see the gap in the hoop and the ball.
Yeah, great camera angles for that one.
But can't have been brilliant because Jamie has just played a ball in. So he's decided it's only worth one shot.
So I really tend to go for the one shot most of the time. It's only ever if I feel they can run it with control, more likely than not, that I'll have two shots.
Yeah.
I think he'd do well to run Yellow with good control.
Yeah, you just want to stop that suddenly getting 2-0 down. Right, so
He's just made it a little bit more challenging, but he's also blocked Jamie's clearance.
it's blocked Jamie's clearance, and I think you'd possibly even just look to smack Blue away here, would you?
Yes, I think you probably would.
Bit of left-hand edge of Blue, you get yourself.
I will.
Do we think Black should still look to clear Red, or...?
Bless you, Baz.
Thank you very much.
Drinks monitors work done.
Yeah, I'd be tempted to play in here, but you could look to clear Red and maybe get a chance of double clearance if you did it well.
Yeah, very difficult double, but it gets your ball in and opens up things a bit more.
Oh, that's a really good shot. Can't have been more than a couple of millimetres off getting both, really.
Yeah, he looks a little bit disappointed by it. He struck it well.
But it does now put the pressure on Jack to run this hoop, whereas, as we've said, if Red was still in position, Yellow could take Blue, getting up towards 2.
But yeah, like you say, it's less likely to run this up to 2, but he has got that lovely smooth hoop stroke. He's missed a few of these though. So I predict you'll see a lot of these failed in the final with new hoop holes. Hoops are just crisper, aren't they?
Yes. Yeah, it won't be that the standard of play is any worse, but the hoops will be a lot more challenging than what you've been seeing on most of the live streaming so far.
Another jump. Wants to keep this nice and low to get it all the way up.
Oh dear, that was
Not
too
quite.
low.
Just wanted to keep it lower because that way it's more likely to spin a bit more, roll a bit more and progress its way up to the next hoop. It wasn't well played.
Red just needs to go a little bit deep. Yeah, it's fine there.
I'm guessing from Stephen's body language he's just failed hoop 2 over there, because he does tend to turn his back and have a few swings.
Yeah, that's his only tell really. He tends not to get too frustrated, but when he's swinging around it's not quite going right.
Right, so we've got balls playing in deep. Obviously harder to run the hoop, but you'll probably get a chance at the hoop.
I don't know if I like that black. So now are you taking red or are you taking yellow? You probably have to take yellow, and
Yeah.
he's taking red. Okay.
Well, last time he left the ball there was at the start of the match. Jack just ran the hoop. That's a good
He's
shot.
hit it well, yeah.
Are you taking yellow or are you taking the hoop?
Well, red to play next.
Yeah,
But
after
if he
red.
were to miss, probably yellow.
Oh, greetings, Wayne McCormick. Another Aussie watching from South Australia.
Oh, terrific.
So Sunbury saying Croquet England does a great job live streaming most of the tournaments. So do the Spanish, American, Australian. I think New Zealand's a bit limited by budget, so it's probably only 2 or 3 tournaments a year, and they have to pick and choose, and also have to find the people to operate the equipment as well. Best of 3s. I think we're only doing best of 3s throughout, and especially with that quarter-final finishing late, I don't think there'd be even a slightest thought of a best of 5 final.
No, not today. I sort of always feel like a best of 5 final in this event would be justified for the top level event in the country each year, but in terms of practicalities, it's not always possible. So I believe it's always been best of 3 throughout the knockout in the British Open.
There's also a risk if you have a best of 5 that you've got 2 spectators at the venue at the end of it.
Yes. Budleigh's brilliant with spectators actually though, so I'm expecting a fairly good showing later on today, even though the weather isn't perfect for it. So another jump shot for Jamie here.
Yeah, this time from the boundary. I'm not sure it's a jump, is it? Oh, it is, sorry. At least he didn't peel them.
Yeah. So reasonably straight, probably would have hit the hoop, but just didn't quite judge the right bounce point.
So much cooler today, high of only 22, and those clouds are here to stay.
Ah,
I really enjoyed just playing in sunny weather. It's quicker courts. It's been really good fun.
this is more my ideal croquet weather actually. It's not anywhere near being uncomfortably hot or too cold.
Or Ewan turning bright red.
Not just Ewan. Yeah, I think I slightly overdid it on the first day in terms of sun, but better since then.
So clearing red, this is pretty open hoop, this.
Yep, good shot. Yellow wants to tuck in blocking black. He's had a practice at the jump, might well have to take another one in a minute.
I haven't seen a huge number of jumps from that distance be successful. Sam had a couple against me that he played well, and apparently was jumping extremely well in the doubles final. Sam Cuthbert.
Okay.
How about yourself? You had many?
Yeah, my jumps have been working quite well this tournament. I've been really pleased with them. Did have one boundary jump against Reg in game 2 at hoop 7, which was quite low. There was sort of a ball in the way that I thought, well, I can clear the ball or I can get the hoop, and it happened to get the hoop. But yeah, I think these courts are really good for bouncers actually. Ewan unusually has struggled a bit with his jumps, but I don't think that's due to the courts. You know, these are sort of perfect for the way I like to bounce them.
Yeah, and jumps are a bit all over the place at the moment, but the courts do seem to be very agreeable for it.
don't know how much of that yellow he had actually.
No, it looked like he hit it reasonably well.
Yeah. So red now can just look to get in again on the blocking line of blue's jump or blue at yellow. Sorry, black. Do we think black's open?
Sorry, something really fun looks like it's going on over there.
Reg's game? Or
Yeah, no. I thought it looked like Stephen was having a shot with the wrong ball, but no, I'm wrong.
so Jack's going for the snuggle here. Can't afford to go off the boundary, but he looks to be playing it as close as possible.
So they've marked black and moved it off the lawn because you're
Yeah.
not allowed to play into a boundary
And that's
ball.
gone off. Oh no,
Isn't it?
no, he's pulled
That's
up. That's
perfect.
brilliant.
What a wonderful shot.
Oh, terrible call. No, that's gorgeous.
No, it's an absolutely beautiful shot.
And not as quick as I thought it was. That's plum. So Jamie's going to look to see if he can cut it into yellow. It looks tricky. I can't tell how close they are.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was happening with Reg and Stephen there. Stephen maybe was just trying to clear something and missed, and then Reg ran the hoop.
Oh, okay. Well, 1-1 in their game. Ah, brilliant camera angle. Thank you.
Yeah, it just shows how well that red was played down there.
So he does probably just about have space to try and get this clearance into yellow. It's pretty close though.
Yeah, I think it's close enough that you can play the stop shot. You're not going to clear yellow very far, but all you want to do is nudge it so it can't run the hoop. And
Yeah,
just
yeah, perfectly
keep
happy with
competitive.
just hitting yellow. Yeah, he won't be able to hit this hard.
Yeah, if you hit it perfectly, you can clear yellow, but it's probably better, isn't it?
You also don't want to hit it that hard because if you get it wrong, you're just promoting red hoop too.
It's funny you find coaching higher handicapped players, they sort of smash into it, black goes 4 yards, and they go, oh, that was clean, wasn't it? So I tend to try and teach them by putting balls a foot apart and looking at how far black doesn't go. Black's hardly going to move here. It's going to hit yellow. It might split out
Yeah.
the side. Oh, he's
He's going for
Oh, he
an
can
angle.
smash this now.
Yeah. Okay. I'm not quite sure what that was.
Yeah, not a lot of marks for that one.
That's just...
Maybe he was just separating the balls.
No, you can't do that.
No, he's put red very close to hoop 2 as well.
Yeah. Yeah, don't understand that one.
So that hoop you're seeing in the foreground is probably hoop 6, so it's gone up to about 7 yards at a 45-degree angle from hoop 2. Not really ideal. They probably just misjudged the angle for the clearance, didn't they?
Refuse to believe that Jamie could misjudge the angle by that much. I don't know. It's... But yeah, that's the only explanation really. I don't think there was any other purpose with the shot.
Yeah, I mean, if you're just playing that shot to separate the balls, not separating the balls isn't too bad an option as well.
You just move black. You don't have to make any contact with red if you want to separate the balls.
Yeah, and that's gone too far. That's not running, but it's kind of policing the hoop in the general area.
Yeah, I over-approached hoop 2 a few times during the block stage on lawn 6. It's a little bit
Right.
quicker than you think between hoops 1 and 2 or 7 and 8.
So this play that Jack's gone for of going to the boundary, lots of people play 4 yards south, which is often okay against other opponents, but not at this level of the game.
He sent the red a little bit closer to the boundary than I'd have liked it. Obviously, you don't want blue snuggling it, but it could be a yard closer,
Yeah,
ideally.
I'd like a yard closer. There was a thing the Kiwis did for a while, years ago, of just smashing it off the side boundary. I thought it was a little
It's a bit
unnecessary.
extreme, yeah.
Especially because you want to give blue the chance, well, obviously yellow's in front here, but let blue consider moving red further. Hit that nicely. Are you happy with that, or lost blue a bit?
Lost blue a little bit, but reasonably happy. It's sort of an acceptable outcome, but you'd have liked it so that blue had a slightly better hoop shot if it wanted it, or was just slightly closer for clearing red later on.
Oh, what's he done there? Well,
It's runnable. He's just he's blocked blue.
Yeah, looked like he'd absolutely clubbed it. He's trying to block black, but blue's a good second prize. I just thought when I first saw it off his mallet, it looked like it was flying. Ooh, that was the outside of the wire.
Yeah.
Won't be happy with that. And it's suddenly making red look really good. I'm going to guess 2-1 to Reg over there.
I don't know. It's looking like 2 blue clips to me on 1 and 3, and
Yeah.
red on 2.
Yeah, so that's Reg, isn't it?
I
Oh, it was a
thought
Stevens, sorry.
Stevens put
2-1 to
black,
Stevens.
so
Oh, I went the wrong direction.
I'm not going to attempt this again, given how awfully wrong I got it. But Jenny's got the spyglass out.
You get
Yeah, that's fine. So,
Yes.
Jenny,
Yeah, sorry,
Yep.
2-1 Stephen. I got the colours around the wrong way.
oh. So,
Jamie on the back foot with this hoop still, isn't he?
yeah, Jack can take out black now if he wants to be a little bit aggressive, or what he's going to do is just go wide from blue.
What would you be doing here? You reckon? Do you fancy?
If I'm really confident of running yellow, then I quite like clearing black and getting red in the direction of 3.
Have you got all of black there?
Yeah, I think he does. Or maybe not.
Hitting black's powerful. I think these two guys have lost a wee bit of confidence with a few
Oh, there
of
we
the
go.
errors
Thank
they've
you.
made.
Better view. No, he probably didn't have all of it. This is great work from the team, giving us all the right camera angles.
Thank
It's
you.
a little bit tricky from where we're actually sat. But
I think we're seeing a bit less confidence here though in doing the long clearance shots and going for the long hoops. They're trying to take a bit more control of the hoops here.
yeah, well, if you get the wire right, it should be a winner, really. And
Ken lost black a little bit.
yeah, I think he's done fine with that. But he has conceded a shot to yellow here.
Yeah, you sound very much like Gareth Denyer too when you commentate.
Oh, bounced back nicely, but that ball's not going to stay there.
He's got a wire from blue. Don't know if he's also potentially blocking black. It's not particularly relevant. Blue just comes in and black clears yellow, but take that rejection.
Well, the plate semi-finals, the plate's going down to the wire. Both semi-finals are 1-1.
Oh, excellent. Who have we got? Mike and Tim, and Chris and Dom. Excellent. So the hoop running, just for these first couple of hoops in game 3, hasn't been as good as you would like it. Perhaps just starting to feel a bit of pressure now.
And we've just seen Reg bounce off about 4 or 5 yards, smash at hoop 4 as well. Or I say smash, he ended up by hoop 1.
Reg was pretty much hitting the middle of every hoop against me. Didn't run them all, but did hit the middle. That's a good shot from Jamie.
Good shot, didn't get the lucky rolling into the jaws, but
Didn't get the unlucky peel either. So.
exactly, yeah, they both looked on. We do have another update. Matteo Palazon has beaten Richard Bilton in the bowl, 7-5, 7-6, so he'll be playing Gary Phipps for the bowl final, which I think is the people who were defeated in the first round, is that?
Yes, I believe that's right.
People out of the first round, the knockout. Now, it's interesting to note there's only 4 people there, so half the field chose not to compete.
Interesting, okay.
So yeah, looking at some of the names here, I know that Sam was pretty tired after a massive effort by him in both the doubles and the singles. Ewan was wanting to avoid all that bad luck that was chasing him around. I think Simon fancied a break, and Callum's more of a big match guy, isn't he?
Yeah, I think that's probably right. But yes, I think Ewan was still considering hanging up the mallet this morning. He hasn't quite recovered from the unfortunate experience in the first round.
Yeah. There used to be a thing in New Zealand in the Association Croquet Champs, which is what I first started playing in New Zealand, where one had to play in the consolation events. It was just, there was no choice, you had to. So yeah, you get to play some big players who'd got unexpectedly knocked out, but you get to play some big, really grumpy players, people who definitely didn't want to be there. And
yeah,
no
that's
one
the
likes
trouble,
that.
isn't it?
So really nice first shot from Jack, sorry.
Yeah, he's done very well to get a good position there. So good that Jamie's felt the need to have 2 goes at it. Yeah, it's an interesting debate that, whether people should feel compelled to play in consolations. I sort of always tell friends when they ask about croquet that there's very little money in it, although this tournament actually does have some money now. But as such, the only real reason to play is because you're enjoying it. And if you get knocked out and don't want to play on, being forced to play a game that you're not going to enjoy just isn't right. As much as some of the other players may want as many games as possible. So, you know, both sides to it, but I just don't feel as though you can force anyone to play.
No, and also quite often people want to play one of the big guys who's gone down because they know they're a little bit under form. So they're looking for a cheeky advantage. Oh, no. That's not his usual style. So, yeah, I mean, you get all this stuff about players and player behaviour and things, but let's not confuse croquet with tennis and cricket and golf. We're paying to be here. We're paying to play. While people maybe are role models to others, it's still on our coin to come and play.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Apart from the tournament in Mauritius, which is worth plugging.
No, I did notice you wearing your shirt from it earlier in the tournament.
Hope you didn't count how many days I wore it. Nice smooth.
I was assuming you had more than one, but
So yeah, good smooth hoop from Jack. He's probably smoothed it off the south boundary though, but ran that well just to keep a bit of momentum and a bit of an advantage in the game.
yeah, he's given it a chance of getting in front of 4, running it at that pace. It's not
Okay.
gone quite off the south boundary.
Yeah, it leaves a wide spot, but I wouldn't ask him to run it in any different way. I think he
No.
did it really well.
I think that's close to the wire but doesn't have it. Again, tricky to tell from where we are or from the angle.
But Jamie's body language suggested it might be open.
Yes, I
Appreciate
was
the
going
players.
on that.
Quite like the players who'll hit a shot and they go, "Oh no, goodness!"
As a
Right.
commentator, it makes the job a lot easier, doesn't it?
Well, as a player, it's quite nice as well. You're all right, I'm in here.
Jack had a bit of a reaction as soon as that came off the mallet, and he has overhit it. I think always good when you know off the mallet whether it's gone where you want it. That indicates a good judge of pace.
Yeah, it means you've got a good feel for what you're doing with the game, doesn't it? When you know exactly where it's going to go. I've been trying to say to people I'm coaching that what I want them to do is really enjoy feeling a good seeing a good contact of ball on of mallet on ball. Encourage you to keep your head down, and if I can see my mallet come nicely through the ball, I generally know what the outcome of the shot is anyway. I don't have to look up. He hasn't got much here.
It looks wide from this angle, doesn't it? But as you say, Jamie's reaction sort of suggested that it wasn't.
Maybe he played yellow up into the path of red.
Ah, okay.
So just maybe trying to nudge this yellow in front of everything. And
Yeah, that's a good call.
it'd be nice to see a few spectators starting to gather around the lawn.
Yeah, it was very quiet this morning, but oh, no, he had it.
Or just hit the middle of it. Well, edge of it. Good shot.
yeah, very quiet this morning. Reg and I didn't really have any spectators apart from John, the club chairman, so nice to have him along. But
Would it be rude to ask what time you kicked off?
we started at 9:30, but assuming Reg wins against Stephen 2-0, this is in their third game, then everything's on track, so all part of the plan.
Oh, I'd like to sleep in. Chris wanted to get here for the start of play.
Whereabouts is Chris?
Maybe sitting on his computer sweating over the latest PGA golf match,
Ah, yes.
or probably just sitting just outside watching the action.
Really critical that you got here for the start of the day then, wasn't it?
Yeah. No, I think he just wanted to keep an eye on things, but he probably is watching right now.
Is he keen to do some commentary for the final?
I hope so. I'd really like to see events grabbing him by the scruff of the neck, holding his Coke Zero in front of him and leading him to the commentary box.
That'll do it.
Because I know they're looking for people to volunteer to commentate, but everywhere we go, all around the world, people come up to Chris and go, "It is so good listening to your commentary." And during the Openshaw Shield, there was one point where I really wanted to go outside and do a bit of gardening. And I was just packing up stuff and turning off the TV, and then Chris came on. So what I did was just grab my phone, turn the volume well up, and it was like listening to a test match. You could follow everything that was going on from what he said. You just picture where all the balls were. It was brilliant.
So the ref's in now.
Yep.
What's that for?
So I'm thinking this might be in a hoop hole potentially,
Yeah.
that needs repairing.
There's a few hoop holes and the ground just sinks down a bit, doesn't it?
Jack's probably looking to get a double clearance here, so keeping it in the right spot and getting a clean hit is important, yes.
Yeah, so if he wants the double, you're probably repairing the hoop hole rather than moving stuff, aren't you?
Yes, I think so. If you can just move it a few millimetres forward, then that would be fine in my view, but if it's in quite a big hole, then just get it repaired.
Did have someone, I think Roehampton when I played, I got something repaired, and he did such a good job. You're just looking at the ground going, I can't even see where the hoop hole was.
Oh, brilliant.
That's probably Chris Roberts doing that. Yeah. But yeah, it is really important here because the ball can really fly up if you hit it down the hoop hole.
This is another thing that I tend to check a little bit more often than I used to, whether the ball is sat in the hole. Because it's so disappointing when you hit a good shot, but it just pops up. And as we said, he really wants a nice clean contact here, not only for the double clearance, but so that yellow can stop in front of the hoop. So making sure this ground is perfect is really important.
You're absolutely right. You can imagine if it rides up, yellow's going to go further than both blue and black, and blue and black are going to go nowhere really.
Yeah.
We had a few incidents. I understand they've spent a lot of effort, probably time and a huge amount of hours of people's labour trying to fix up or trying to improve the courts at Cairnlea in Australia. Because the last time I played there, I was fortunate to get a win against someone who just had a rush. He's just trying to move the ball about 17 yards and just popped over the top of it from a foot.
Oh.
And it's really disappointing. I didn't know till after the match that it happened, but yeah, there's not a lot you can do about it. Well, she's done a good job there, I think.
Yeah, that looks quite good, just rolling it over there. That was probably the biggest issue, I think, with the lawns at the last GC Worlds, was that you would just get balls bouncing over the top occasionally. As impressive as it is to have quite as many courts, was it 24?
At Chesapeake Bay, yeah.
Yes, some of them being slightly newer. It was just a little bit bobbly. And it's, probably one of the most disappointing things in my view. I can look past opponents getting lucky, but when I hit a really good shot and it bounces over, that's properly sad.
Yeah, especially when it goes clean over.
Yeah.
You're like, come on. I mean, even if you just bounce up and only ride over the top of the ball, it's frustrating, but yeah, it is the most annoying thing. I mean, it's worse than just sort of hitting in association croquet, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
Waving.
Now, Toby was saying he got quite a lot of hills when he played Jack on this lawn yesterday, which is interesting. there are hills positionally, but he was saying that he hilled off on clearances, and I don't think, in my view of this lawn, there are quite enough hills to hill off on a clearance, but he managed to find them.
We tend to report hills more often when we're not succeeding.
That does tend to happen, doesn't it? But yes, perfectly possible to hill off on this lawn, but I think you have to be quite unlucky because they are really quite good.
Well, Stephen did look in control, and he's now 3-1 up against Reg.
Yes. I could have told you that without the looking glass. If there's just the one clip on each hoop, I can do it. When they start putting multiple on, it gets tricky.
Will the Reds show up well? So I worked out it was probably about $100 a lawn to get 10 clips. In New Zealand, it's probably $200 a lawn if you're going to get first and second colours. But the colours of the clips are excellent, and they're also designed really well. They don't fly off. They're a great addition. You can actually just look at a lawn and know what the score is. Love it.
Yeah, really happy with these clips actually. The sort of laundry hanger clips that a lot of clubs use, they snap all the time. Just really quite bad, whereas these are very robust and, as you say, brilliant colours.
Well, the ones that are white with a fleck of red and white with a fleck of blue, you can't even tell what the score is in your own game.
So it is an old hole out there.
Yep.
And it's Tim Spalls who's been off to get the fixing kit.
I thought she'd done a pretty good job of fixing it already, actually.
Yeah, she just sort of
Yeah,
poked
but
the ground around, but I think they want some more filling in it.
Take
don't
back
they?
glass.
Yes, you absolutely can. Thank you.
Well, obviously the players are. I think. Yeah, look a bit nervous. Is that there? Oh, that's been important. Isn't
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, it's a tenth part of the
I think
the
that's,
tournament, isn't
Yeah,
it?
waiting is the worst part, isn't it?
I think they're swinging a bit less freely and playing a less open game. They're trying to get more control of the hoops.
Okay, we've moved over to Reg and Stevens' game. Great shot from Reg there, flicking over to 7.
So
That's gorgeous.
looking to be back to 3 all. Oh, wow.
There we go, we can see that yellow now.
But the other breaking news is we haven't had any reports of the chaffinch in the hedge because the mic is picking it up. So we've had some. I've been having regular feedback.
Oh,
about
nice
the
bit of bird song, lovely.
Sounds like the local cat's done its job then.
Oh, you're cruel, Jenny.
Interesting decision for Stephen here because red is a less likely hit, but yeah, if you're not going to hit red, you better clear yellow.
Yeah, he's 3-2 up, isn't he? So I think you
Yeah.
take yellow here, don't you?
Oh.
You're happy to go 3-all, but you can't let
thinking
Reg
yellow.
have that yellow.
Yep, there you go.
So they're back.
Okay, I think we can return to our featured match of Jamie and Jack, but we'll keep you posted on Reg and Stephen's game. Reg
It's-
now with a shot for 3-all.
Interesting angle there. It looks like the double clearance is difficult. Certainly on, but difficult. Just a reminder, red's on the middle of the east boundary, so it's a wee way away from the action.
I think I want this double clearance here. You can still hold a half decent yellow from it.
Isn't that fun?
And have fun. There we go. That's not normally how I think about the game.
I think
but-
double clearances are fun, but yeah, it is powerful getting both of them away, especially because you normally get a half ball on from their first ball to their second ball.
Yeah, you don't really want to be hitting this bang in the middle, do you? A half ball's a great result. You aim it bang in the middle and sort of hope you don't hit it perfectly.
Yes.
But
I was just about to ask you what's Jack looking for. He was looking all round then.
yeah, he's just sort of gone onto the line of black at blue and picked the point that he wants to hit on black.
Do you think it might be that James off the?
There
I think it might be that she's waiting for Jamie to come back.
Oh no, Jamie
yeah,
is
he's
wandering
playing the
back.
shot. That is a big thumbs up.
That's nice, isn't it? Yes,
Good shot.
you
Oh,
called
very
it.
well played.
Yeah, really good.
Interesting where people pick their aiming point, because in the doubles, Stephen was showing me his aiming point on the ground for a double clearance. And I was kind of waiting patiently for him to go away, because I tend to aim at a spot on the ball.
Yeah, Stephen, when he lines up his double clearances, it'll sort of put his finger to the ball that he's hitting at the right point and then go back and hit it. I don't know what I do. I think I must pick a point on the ball. Yeah, it's definitely the ball, not the ground.
And he seems to point to a spot, but for me playing, he was going up and trying to show me a spot on the ground. That's what I'm launching that. Sorry, Dad.
Oh dear. You've played quite a few events with Stephen now, haven't you? So,
Yes, that was our 5th doubles.
Okay, excellent.
And next week we've got the the AC doubles, which is quite good. We also played against each other last week at Roehampton and yesterday, where he was leading 2 matches to 0, 4 games to 0.
Ah,
But no, it's been really good fun playing with him. What's he clearing? It must be yellow.
it must be yellow. And try and clear it to wide through the hoop. And black will go over to 5 if you get it on that side as well.
Shot.
That's gorgeous.
Beautiful shot. So yeah, Jack's 2-1 up. This is a really good way to try and generate a break. Nice to see the manager in his blazer, looking smart.
Ah, terrific. Stephen's just done some vigorous hammering actions to get Francis's attention, so she's going to firm that up for him.
Yeah, he got very frustrated. The hoops were getting very floppy where we played, which is coincidentally lawn 5.
Ah, yes. Well, interestingly, Jack played his previous round on 6 against Toby, and Stephen played his previous round on 5.
Whoops.
Never mind.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I hadn't realised it was the immediate previous round.
We just had Mateo add in a message live on under my name to Pedro.
Okay.
The Spanish translation earlier, he knows him. So,
Okay, yep.
So we're just completing a nice circle with our viewers.
Excellent.
So if you're watching the chat, viewers, you can catch up with some of the comments from all over the world. That's pretty
I
good.
feel as though that probably had to be through the back of the hoop there. So, yeah, tricky shot.
So are you taking on hoop 5 with black? We're going to assume this runs.
We'll see what red does. If I get double, absolutely. Otherwise, probably not.
Smooth shot for 2-all. Yeah, he's going to try and take quite close position here, but he's weak. Jamie's got a big advantage here.
So I had this sort of position against Reg. Black was on the boundary. Having had a flick, Reg took position about where that is, a little bit more angled.
Is Jamie looking at playing the wrong ball here? Don't do that, Jamie.
Oh, Jamie. I decided not to take hoop 5 on from the boundary, played in, and then took the clearance with blue.
Yeah, you're in a strong position. You can wire from yellow here.
Unfortunately, Reg hit the return clearance, so maybe I should have just had my hoop shot, but that's what Jamie's going for.
That's the interesting thing, isn't it? You've got a chance of an open goal. Have a go at it. And he's looking like he's missing by miles, so this should go through.
Yeah, perhaps just a bit too far missing left there.
If he's got the hoop and hung around, blue's got a bit of control over yellow.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm tempted just to put a good black in there, and then all you have to do is hit this 7-yarder. But Jamie likes his hoop shots, so a better choice for him than it would be for me.
Yeah, it's okay. Didn't get enough of it, did he?
No.
Blue off the boundary, do you reckon? No, it's sort of in front of hoop 1, but it's gone quite a long way away.
In front of what? Okay.
Option to smash black away. No, it's plays in.
Yeah, if blue's quite close, I'm tempted by black, but
I'm a bit worried he's blocked himself here. This would be a disaster.
it's not ideal. I don't hate it. Black can try and tuck in
Black.
wide from yellow. That's not made it.
Oh,
Has it made it?
hasn't. Well, the hoop's open for a little hop with yellow.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a little hop coming up. But black is definitely runnable. You can see that from the other angle.
Okay, excellent. But yeah, quite a big target for this little hop. You can flick off black or run the hoop here. Alternatively, he can try and play onto the wide line from blue.
Yeah, that's pretty powerful. Blue's far enough away, and playing onto that line, he's not going to give any sort of jump.
I might be more in... I don't know.
He's good. He's such a good player. I fancy running the hoop here.
Yeah.
Red's well far enough forward that it's not in play.
Shake of the head there. so blue must have some of red. Doesn't look like it has much red, but Jack wasn't happy with where yellow finished.
Jamie looks happy enough swinging.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh, great
Good
shot.
shot. Super shot.
I love the way Jack just stood still there for a moment. Not wanting to move. That was the curse, was it? And then he moves on. Matteo's just headed down to play Gary, just trying to organise the little.
Oh,
Gosh.
excellent.
Beautiful
Nice.
hoop from Reg there.
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Where was that from? About 7 yards and angled.
Yeah, had a couple of those against me. He's really on good form.
Okay, use that young eyesight. What's the score,
Oh,
please?
no, not again. We've got multiple clips now. I don't know if I can cope.
We've got red and
One,
blue on
two.
one.
He still has the
I'm going with 4-all. Let's put that out there and see what Jenny
Well,
determines.
At least see right now that way. Yeah.
The yellow end.
That's really unlucky for Jack. He's hit his clearance, but it's bounced off the hoop, actually to a straighter position than where it was originally. No.
You're looking at hoop two. I can't get that thing
Jenny
to be
doesn't like
unblurred.
spyglasses.
I think the spyglass doesn't like my glasses. Actually, I should have just taken them off again. It's like seeing Aston holding the binocular up to his eyes. Actually,
Right, 4-all. I was right the first time
4-all.
without the spyglass thing.
okay.
Great vision.
We'll keep an eye on that. It's quite interesting. So Reg just game up in that, isn't he?
Yes, he is. Stephen's taken.
Decent.
Do we
Looks
think
like
that's
good
decent
position.
in front of 9?
Yeah,
They're
I
just
think
clearing,
so.
so yeah.
Right. Is this a go at the hoop from Jack? I don't think it would be, but
What's he doing?
maybe he's got a
Yeah,
double.
this is a go.
Might have a target that he's fancying here.
No.
I think that was a target looking at how, there's a gap between that and black and where it came
Yeah.
off the side of the hoop.
Yeah, he attempted at that target.
Just hasn't shot very well. So problem, Jamie is 3-2 up and has a bit of an advantage at the next hoop as well. But if you get 4-2 up, but then if your opponent gets nicely in front of hoop 7 and gets the chance to sail down to hoop 8,
I'm never
Suddenly it's
particularly
level.
worried at 4-2.
yeah,
5-2 and you start to think it's going wrong.
need to do something
Um,
here.
But yeah, 4-2 is perfectly fine.
I think getting to 5 points first is quite important.
Yes. Yeah, I'm a big fan of going 5-4 up. It doesn't always mean that much, but mentally I think it's quite a lot.
I think it's good to have those little mental milestones where, even if you go 5-4 down, you go, I'm still in this. I've got to make the hoop make a clearance. But if you can go on 5-4 up, I feel good.
Yes.
Just having a little mental boost that you can give yourself is important.
Yeah, similarly 4-3, I just really like getting ahead at the turn sort of thing.
Interestingly, shooting at blue there. Or do you think? Go.
If blue's got the wire from yellow, then I think it's the right choice.
Yeah, you
Um,
pick the ball that's going to make the hoop.
Even if it's not wide from yellow, it's still a very good option.
Cool. They were just confidently running them earlier.
Yeah,
This is the Chris Clark approach, though, isn't it?
yeah, I'm perfectly happy with that choice.
Ewan is down the way with Callum, but no sign of the bacon sandwiches.
No, there's none coming.
What?
100% none coming, so that's okay.
So your
established
message,
it.
your
No, we established that.
oh, you did earlier.
An hour
I
and a
didn't-
half
I
ago,
saw
it's
it,
all
I didn't
good.
see it.
Ah. Ewan's mother has been very kindly bringing me lunches each day, along with lunches for Callum and Toby as well. So I don't know if I'm going to get my lunch today, but we'll see.
Shout out to Katrina Peterson.
Absolutely.
Ashton Wade would like some lunch. Yes, Katrina bought me something which is a Portuguese sort of custard pie, which I'm absolutely forgetting the name. It's something Nant. I can't remember. We got them when we were on a cruise a couple of weeks ago, and my goodness, they were good. And the one yesterday was very good. So they're a sort of signature Portuguese dish.
Jack's only got part of this ball. He's got black.
Well, at least he's moved black a long way away. So
Yeah,
it's
it makes it slightly more challenging for 7.
Probably
equally
suggests-
yeah.
Suggests black might have to take position a bit deep, but yeah. And blue's the one policing 7, isn't it?
So 4-2, Jamie. Jack's not got the easiest approach over to 7. He's over near corner 3.
And who's up 5-4 in the other semi-final? I think Stephen, but I'm not.
Oh, it does look like Stephen, doesn't it?
Looks like there's probably 2 blue clips on that.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
And he's just been cleared. So Reg has got a ball dead in front of hoop 10. And you can see on the screen Stephen's got quite a long clearance or hoop. Stephen's pretty aggressive, little fella.
He's taking position.
Oh, sorry, blue's on the north boundary, excuse me.
Meanwhile, Jack's not taking particularly good position with red there. That's gone too far. Jamie's, again, nearly off the boundary at 7. You want to be
Yeah.
deep there, but it doesn't need to be that deep.
Well, that was the advantage from clearing him so far south.
Absolutely, yes. Much better position with yellow. Blue now should probably just take out yellow.
Well, it's got this opportunity to take position and then try and smash
It's
yellow.
going to be
from
quite
close.
angled, though.
Gosh, that's a
No,
horror.
that's just really bad.
Yeah. It's that loss of concentration really puts you on the back foot. Ah, pastel de nata. Thank you, Nelson. That was what we had.
Okay,
That's
lovely.
the Portuguese pastries with the custard. Just lovely.
Very nice. Jack going for another snuggle here. He had a really good one at hoop 1, so
7-yard snuggle. But black's not on the boundary here, so you can run into it.
yeah, and he's coming down a good line.
He said it well.
It's gone off.
Oh, just a bit far. But blue's so bad that he's not going to be.
No, it's definitely the right choice having a go at the snuggle there. Is Jamie taking the hoop or yellow here?
Interesting. I think he'll take yellow, but I think the hoop's a very legitimate option. Might be hoop the way he's swinging there. Oh,
So he ran a really good hoop 7 the previous game from quite an angle. That was a little bit straighter, but also a little bit further away. I think to try and get a 5-2 lead, it's really tempting to have your hoop shot.
yeah.
But at the same time, Jack should now be able to run this with a bit of control.
The trouble is, if you clear yellow, then red gets the boundary hoop shot first.
Yeah, you don't love that. But also giving Jack control at 8 and the opportunity to get back to 4 all isn't optimal either.
Where's this going? It's a decent hoop shot. It's peg high, I think.
Yeah, a little bit better than that.
Yeah.
Um,
Bit of distance, so Jamie's going to try and tuck this in tightly and accurately in front of the hoop. The thing about how far down Jack's gone is it does tempt you to go just that little bit further and a little bit closer, so you can occasionally get it wrong. That's a cracker.
yeah, that's a good shot. Yeah, with yellow there, you're really trying to get a couple of feet from the hoop, ideally.
Looks like we've got something very exciting happening up there. So if you can see Reg in the background, it looks like Reg is going for about a 10-yard jump shot at hoop 10.
This can't be a jump.
Maybe it's not. Maybe
No,
blue's
it's-
actually adjacent to
Yeah,
the
it
hoop.
must be off to the side.
Ah, yes. Not his best work. That's a miss from Reg.
Oh. No, that's run the hoop. That's
Is
just
it?
gorgeous.
Oh, sorry, Reg. Very, very sorry,
Very
Reg.
good
This
shot.
is such a good shot. Tell.
So clean.
So 5-all, do we think?
Yes, we're going with that. And Stephen's got a slightly nasty approach over to 11.
Oh,
Yeah, that could be horrible.
might have gone directly south of hoop 11.
Yeah,
That's
Reg might have a
disastrous.
wide spot here.
All right, anyway, back to our featured game.
Yeah, so Jack here looking to clear blue.
Got a reasonable red, bit long.
Doesn't look like the most comfortable spectating bench in the background there.
She doesn't know she's got a rat
Clinging
around.
on there. Okay, so you don't really expect him to be missing those, and Jamie will now take a 5-3 lead.
So you got Jack having a bit of doubt now as well. And yeah, 5-3 is not great. But again, you've got this opportunity for a 2-hoop score here. Okay, so Gary Phipps and Matteo are just waiting on this game to finish, and we'll come on to lawn 6. So that's the bowl final.
Okay, we'll go with that.
We're going to pretend it's the bowl final. Goodness me, David Wise has got a bit of a lunch there, isn't he?
Oh, lovely. Just stacked that plate up.
One of everything on his plate. I think my local Chinese has got this rule that you're not allowed to be more than 10 centimetres high. David's threatening that rule at the moment.
Yeah, the lunches here have actually looked very good. I haven't been having them. Okay, so another really good positional shot from Jack, which is, well, Jamie's clearing first ball here because yellow can smash blue. So an error by Jamie really to run blue not off the boundary, or either just run it by a foot. But yellow can now smash it all the way up to the north boundary, can look to get it to a position that's wide from clearing red as well if it hits a really good shot.
Given you're down, I'm interested in trying to smash it to somewhere between the peg and hoop 6. If you aim for that spot on the west boundary, if you aim for that spot, you might get yourself somewhere near hoop 10.
Yeah, I think you do well to get up to 10 here. It can certainly go sort of
Peg high,
yeah, that would be good. I'm not quite sure you got the angle to get it up to 10. Again, tricky to tell. But
this is a feature where these youngsters have a lot of power. You have to hit this really, really hard. And you can see he is going to hit it hard, so the rules say if it's within about 6 yards, I think it's 6
yeah, it's 6 yards.
Then you give your opponent the option to have the ball that you're aiming at moved in when you take relief with your own ball. And generally what we've done, this one's much more important, but generally what we've done is just go, yeah, don't bother, and just let them move their ball in. But this is fairly critical. He will be hitting this firmly. Looks very central as well, which I don't like.
So he's actually flicked sort of over to 9.
Yeah, not a fan.
He doesn't really like hitting the ball all that hard. I mean that's close enough that you can hit it at full power and you're still definitely hitting it. But yeah, he likes a smoother swing. I sort of noticed this when I've played doubles with him. I'll sort of say, yeah, smash that. And he's never really keen on the word smash.
Okay. So yeah, another option there with them is to say to him, rush that to and give him a spot.
Yeah,
so
I
hopefully
think
it'll
that's
encourage the
probably
right pace.
better.
But yeah, he's sort of protected his rights at hoop 9 as well. But I did quite like trying to get an advantage here.
Good effort by Jamie.
Yep. You know, imagine if your red's up by the peg now. Oh, you yellow. Still got to run this. But good opportunity to run this smoothly up to hoop 10. Who won hoop 10? 11.
That's a good question. Where? Oh dear. Must have been Stephen. Oh, I can't get all these clips.
Smooth. Oh, he's run that really nicely. That's a great shot by Jack. Got a bit of wire, but made sure he's played it at his pace. It's got up to hoop 9. Hoop 10. Didn't really want to get past hoop 10 because it offers a big wide spot. Currently, Aston is slightly distracted. We're trying to determine. I think there's a blue and a red on there. Is there? We're trying to determine the score because it's 6-5 to somebody.
I'm going to suggest that it's Reg. I have little confidence, but we'll go with 6-5 Reg.
Okay. Oh, hello, Nicholas. Nice to hear from you. Yes.
Ah, excellent. Another Spanish viewer.
We would throw in some Spanish phrases, but I'm not very good with other languages, sorry.
I can request another beer in Spanish, but that's the limit.
Yeah, but Baz only speaks English, mate, I think. It's not going to help you. Right, I think... Oh, yeah, Jamie's already had one go at this. There's probably another go. This might be a go at the hoop if it's open from the south boundary.
He's chosen to sort of take position this time.
Yeah, you're going to go up for very, very tight position.
That's a really good shot.
Cracking shot.
Puts a lot of pressure on Jack now.
Totally blocking red. That is a super shot. Jake's going, yeah, cheers, mate.
He's just going to move that out of the way. Doesn't fancy the jump. No,
Ooh.
at this pace, maybe he does fancy the jump.
Yeah, I think the hands are a little bit lower down, are they?
Yeah, okay, there we go.
Okay. He still should have a free clearance with yellow, although Jamie will have a go at that.
Reasonable effort.
Decent, just got a wee bit of inside wire, I think.
Yeah. Jack and I play our jump shots quite differently. I tend to go a lot lower down the mallet than he does with his hands. And he was asking me about this during the doubles. He says, why'd you get over it so much? I find that slightly easier on my wrists than trying to play jump shots from the top of the shaft. But a lot of the younger players, I've noticed, do tend to still hold the mallet quite high up for their jump shots.
That's okay, they'll have old man wrists in no time. Remember first meeting the Egyptians, and Mohammed Naz had tape on his wrists and they were having injections in their wrists.
Yeah, I've noticed that when they came over for the Worlds, actually. Good commitment to the game.
Yeah.
I'd rather not get to that stage, but...
Oh, you know, Robert Fulford now has to be a little bit careful with his wrists. He has a lot of pain.
Yes, it's a shame that prevents him from playing more GC, really.
So British Open GC champion 2 years ago, was he?
2 years, 3 years maybe? 2 years? It was Jamie last year,
Yes.
Fletcher the year before, and
That's
Fulford
right.
the year before that, I believe.
Oh, Fletcher was dominant in that final, wasn't he? He was 7-0 against Reg.
He did, yes.
You don't see that very often.
Reg and I were talking about playing at Southwick earlier this morning, and he was complaining about the fact that they use lawn 4 quite a lot for the finals these days. I think perhaps that memory might have something to do with it. He wants it back on lawn 1.
Yeah, but from what I remember, the bits I saw of the final, Robert was just clearing 2 wide spots.
Yeah, yeah,
I've got a
it was
10-yard
just
spot.
perfect, wasn't it?
Absolutely brilliant.
Right.
And that was where I was playing in the Shield final, so I'd quite like to see that game. Here we go, Jamie.
Okay, so Jack's had 2 goes at that hoop now. Failed both of them fairly middle of the hoop, but just not good enough. And Jamie now can take a 6-4 lead. So looking strong to get himself into the final, but plenty more to come in this game, I expect.
It looks like that yellow's actually not too bad. I think it can get to most spots.
Yeah, I think that's okay. I don't love the idea of having to clear anything with it, but it can play a fine approach.
Yeah, but if you want to play something that can't be cleared, you've probably got to get it about 4 yards north of the hoop. Give yourself a more difficult hoop.
I don't know if
Oh,
that's
it's a good
maybe
ball.
still worth it though, isn't it?
Yeah.
You just generate yourself a 4-yard hoop to win if you hit your clearance over to red. But Jamie's just going to take red immediately.
Red's very good. Red's just directly in front of the hoop and a foot back. Ooh, snuggle time, do you reckon?
No, I think now that he's missed, you just take position. If you put a ball in and you couldn't clear it, then definitely snuggle. But I don't know about snuggle here.
It's so risky, isn't it? It's got to be perfect.
If you really can't take position with yellow, then yes, you can snuggle. But we sort of think he can get position here.
I think he can get almost anywhere he wants.
Yeah.
It's a good red if you can guarantee red runs the hoop. It's It's a very high risk. He's had to move that miles. He's played it brilliantly. That's a super shot. I think he's absolutely nailed it. But he's given Jamie the flick.
Yeah. So 2 really good snuggles from Jack this game, out of the 3 he's tried. But as Jenny's pointed out, Jamie could just flick off this to 12.
Looks like he's actually shooting at red. I think he's got it. I don't think he had that.
Jack's not convinced either. Oh, great shot.
Yeah, and this is what you were worried about, isn't it?
Yeah, if you simply put yellow in, not only does Jamie have to hit that clearance, but he's got another one to hit, and he's not getting a ball in front after either of them. So as much as that red was really nice to run down to 12, I think yellow should just be taking position there.
And you can try and take some sort of blocking position, so you can still try and get some sort of protection for your ball.
I'm not necessarily interested in that, because it increases the chance of giving Jamie a double clearance.
Yeah, fair. So Stephen v Reg, it looks very, very open with Reg possibly having looks very, very open at hoop 12 with
Yes,
Aston assuring me it's 6-5 to Reg.
100% confidence on that one.
Oh, look at this angle here.
Oh, Reg just played a nudge. That's excellent. Back to our game. So, Jack just looking to clear black here, I think. Or is he
That's
trying?
7 yarder, yeah, just having the middle of black, aren't you?
Could just take position there.
Nice shot. Yeah, I think people very often like the backup of if my oppo like here clears me, I don't have to hit a 12 yarder to stay in the game, but
Yeah.
there's a lot to be said for taking position and having this clearance back.
I think ordinarily I'd take position and have my return clearance. I think the knowledge that if he misses that return clearance, he loses the game is probably what has incentivised him to just clear black immediately there.
Right, Reg has got a jump, maybe,
You know?
dribbling to the jaws.
Crikey.
Reg playing some sort of shot to get ascendancy at hoop 12. There's a watering can in our way, so it's a bit difficult to see what's happening over there.
Yeah. Okay, we've been instructed to try and focus on the game that's actually on the live stream, but we will try and keep you updated on at least the score from Reg's game.
Yeah, I mean, at least you've got the picture of the current game, and there's no knowledge coming through of what's happening in Reg's game.
Okay, so Jamie coming back into good position there. Yellow now has a bit of a decision to make. Does it clear black and let blue have a go? Does it clear blue and hope that Jamie doesn't hit the return on red? I think you try and clear blue.
Oh, I'm thinking I'm clearing blue.
If you hit it quite nicely, you might get it wired through black at red, or you can hit it on the left-hand side and just try and cut it a little bit further away.
Yeah, I just think that blue might fancy this shot for the game.
Yeah. Again, perhaps ordinarily I'd just be taking black here, but the fact that Jamie is going to have a shot to win if you clear black is going to probably cause me to take blue out here.
Yeah, it's very reasonable to take either, though. Lovely central clearance.
Yeah, he might have blocked the right-hand edge of red there with black. We should have a good line from our cameraman in a minute.
It's been unlucky, I think, that yellow went off the boundary, because I thought that there was a very small chance, given how centrally he hit it, that yellow might stay in the way as well.
Yeah, that's always on if you hit a really pure shot.
There seems to just be some spot just there that you can get under, maybe?
There's quite a big area on this fence that it will...
Yes.
It's very narrow, but if you hit it just about hard enough, it'll sneak its way under. So I've certainly spent quite a bit of time fishing around in these hedges. The stop boards just need to be a little bit lower, or the ground needs to be a little bit higher, but they don't really do their job at the moment.
Yeah, maybe pop a bonus stop board in there or a bonus plank. Oh, can't find it. Go and pinch one for the next door lawn.
It's quite an amusing photo of me at the Europeans. It looks like I'm doing some sort of cricket fielding, rolling around in the bushes. There we go.
And it shows the spirit in which this game's played, that they both got all in trying to dig out the ball. I think you're right. I think that is an interesting shot as to what you can see. He's probably got all of red, do you reckon?
I don't know, it would be great if we can get the view from that camera.
The cameraman's run away to be out the way. Here we go.
I can't see blue, unfortunately, there, but yeah, we're going to have to lose
Excuse
that
me,
camera
sir.
so that Jamie can actually play his shot. I think he's got part of red, but whether it's so little that he might as well take the hoop, I don't know.
I think it's probably the hoop, because he didn't look like he spent a lot of time.
He wasn't careful about bringing that in, was he? So,
Yeah.
I think that indicates the hoop. Oh, okay. No, he just had red, that's fine.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've seen other tournaments where they just call a ref on and on and on, going, "Can you move my ball in?" And Toby in the doubles, I think, offered to get a ref to move balls in. But there's trust and there's understanding that the players are acting and, are really honest.
Yeah. I normally phrase it as, "Are you happy for me to bring this in?"
Yeah.
And if they want a ref, that's absolutely fine. But we do just trust each other.
Yeah.
And we all know how to bring a ball on properly, so that's fine. No need to give Frances any more work than she already has.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Reg, I've clearly got the score wrong, because Reg has won hoop 12 and Stephen is now playing his first approach to 13.
That might explain why they're asking us to keep our commentary on to our current ball.
Because we clearly don't have a clue. Okay, great shot from Jack there to hit that return clearance.
Lovely
Meanwhile,
central clearance.
Stephen, I will just say, has got a lovely 4-foot position in front of 13. So we'll keep telling you about that now that we actually know it's 6-all.
Yes.
We can give you some more informative commentary.
I can confirm, despite Aston, that it is 6-all on that lawn.
Don't know how I've got it wrong twice.
So anyway, everyone's quite a long way away from hoop 11, but I think red's got a bit of control over it.
I think black should probably look to middle red here.
Okay.
Depends where blue is. Where's blue?
Yeah, I think it's maybe looking at, hit the middle of red, roll on a bit, and you'll get
Even
some
if you
sort of
don't roll
position.
on, you get a lot of control. Just hit it in the middle.
Yeah, I just think red's all over you here, and he's clubbed it.
Oh dear.
And that's the thing, when something's threatening you, you really do try and get very, very close to the hoop. I think that's an incredibly weak position to have there. There's a huge, huge wide spot for Jack to play into.
Yeah, that's really disappointing. It's quite easy to get nervous about those shorter shots that you have to hit in the middle and hold, but they're so strong and you're good enough to play them at this level, so you do just have to take them. So Reg has missed his first clearance of black. Stephen's put another ball in, not quite as good. Reg now having his second clearance attempt.
Telling Stephen to get lost.
Yeah, quick restalk.
Oh no, it's another spectator who's just wandered nearby.
Oh. Do we think yellow's got the wide position there?
I think it looks okay.
Black might have a side on it.
That screen looks like...
Blue's played in, so that suggests that black can clear yellow.
And red's not really on a great angle to improve yellow.
Reg has missed his second clearance now, so Stephen with a 4-foot hoop 13 from pretty much perfectly straight to win game 2. Take it to 1-all.
You're watching the wrong lawn again, aren't you, Aston?
Yeah, clearly. But it's not like Jack's doing anything yet. There
Game
we
all.
go. Okay, well, we can now definitely focus on our game. So Jack here, I'd suggest can put a good red in. If black does clear yellow, it can take out blue.
Could put in a red. I used to have him go at the hoop, I think.
I don't like having a go at the hoop. You can.
He's 6-4 down. It's not great because
No.
you're unlikely to get to hoop 12.
If you put a ball in here, you've got a good chance of blocking what black does have at yellow.
Yeah. And yeah, if yellow gets cleared, if you've got a good ball in, yellow's got a relatively short shot at.
That's okay. I don't mind that. I think it's it shows a bit of. Not quite confident enough for me. I just wanted to put red in, let black take yellow, and then you can smash that blue away.
I agree with you. I fancied that. Nice central clearance, but that's pretty good actually, isn't it?
Yeah, see, this is sort of what you expect after you clear blue, and this looks good for Jamie, in my view.
Yeah. And black's
so-
really standing over everything now.
Yeah, and Jack should have anticipated all the balls being near enough exactly where they are after he cleared that blue. So you look at it now and think actually that's not the right option.
Pretty good shot there. I think you might have blocked black. Trouble is, you play these shots where you go, I think I might have blocked black, and black's looking at going, fantastic double. There's a fine line there, isn't it?
Yeah, half the time I sort of try and play a tricky block in like that and concede a double. You think, should have just put it well away and not given them anything extra. So we've got a comment suggesting that he needs to win 11 with an advantage at 12. When you get to 12, an advantage at 13 is quite big. I'm happy just to win 11. You don't really want to be running it all the way off the south boundary or running it by a couple of feet. But as long as you run it to somewhere sensible, that's fine. I'm not looking to generate too much of an advantage here. If you can, brilliant, but I wouldn't be going out of my way for it.
The standard of shooting is such that it's not critical. I mean, Jamie was desperately unlucky in the first game where he ran the hoop to where the peg was in the way of getting to hoop 12.
Right, okay.
And then Jack just rolled his ball into that perfect line as well. But he was a bit unlucky there as well. But yeah, it'd be nice to get advantage at 12. What you're looking at is that advantage at 13 because that's much harder to clear things. The distances get much bigger.
So we don't quite know what Jamie has. Hopefully a hoop shot here would be fun to see.
Yes.
He's tickled yellow.
And he's now very much underdog. Probably needs to have a go at the hoop with blue here.
Yeah, he will hopefully get a second go. Jack should be looking to block blue shot just for a bit of safety here.
Yeah, I mean, very often when you're in the underdog in a hoop, you just go and happy with a 7-yard hoop, a 10-yard hoop.
Yeah.
Happy to have a shot at a hoop.
Yeah, particularly any shot to win. You're normally licking your lips for it. So I think Jamie will be happy enough to have another go at the hoop here with blue.
It's funny, that psychology. I mean, you say you're licking your lips at it. Weaker players are going, oh, what if I fail? Oh no, I have to run it.
I do that if it's a hoop shot I have to run because I'm going to lose if I don't run it. If it's a hoop shot to win, I'm loving it.
Yeah, you've got to take that approach. This is mine. Here's my chance here. And Jamie will.
Wonderful.
Very impressive. Well done, Jamie. So Jamie's our first confirmed finalist.
Is of course Jamie's trophy to defend. So very well done for making it to a second final on the trot.
Yep.
We will have to wait for Reg and Stephen to complete their third game to see who
Yep.
he will face.
So it's
So
Pat Coulter here. Thank you very much, both of you, to taking
Cheers,
over,
Pat.
providing
Thanks.
excellent
Thanks,
commentary.
Aston.
Lots of lovely comments. There's a couple for you, Jenny, just popped up on live stream.
Okay.
It's in Spanish again, so good luck.
That's
Good
all
luck
good.
with that. But thank you very much. See you again
Pleasure.
later on.
Thank you very much.
So Pat Coulter here, just picking up just to let you know that we'll be bringing you another game very shortly, which will be Matteo against Gary. That's the plan. So there's just a little bit of break while that's all set up. Give the players time to relax and give our team, obviously, also time to grab a cup of tea and everything. But I think that was an absolutely stonking game and well commentated by my colleagues. Thank you very much. Nice of you all to listen. We hope when we get to Lawn 7, by the way, that's where the Chaffinch is, for those who are worried about that. Thank you very much. Catch up soon. Right, good afternoon everybody. We're back. We're back covering Lawn 6. I've got Sam Cuthbert here with me. And I should say what game we're covering, but my brain has just gone.
So this is the bowl final
Thank you, Sam.
between Mateo Palathon from Spain and Gary Phipps from Australia.
Yeah, great. And we've had some nice messages from Spain. Sometimes we need translators, so we can find translators. That's very good. And we even had Mateo earlier sending his Pedro a message.
Yes.
He borrowed my keyboard, so that wasn't my Spanish. Anyway, the game has started, and Mateo is off, and we're already onto the fourth ball. How does that layout look? Ooh.
Well, I was going to say up until that shot, Mateo looks in a really good position, but yellow seems to have come into the perfect position to
mess it up,
hamper Blue's shot at the hoop.
Okay.
So that's a really nice shot from Gary, and it's one that when we were playing doubles together that he favoured quite heavily.
Right.
Yeah.
As he was talking about your doubles game, about how he was encouraging you to play to your strengths, and he plays his game that the others no one had met before, really.
Yeah.
And that must have helped a bit.
Yeah, and Mateo, they're trying to match it, getting the block on red at black, but just plays it too hard and bounces off. And nice cut clearance there from Gary. Sending Mateo back towards hoop 4, and leaving Gary just past the offside marker on the south boundary.
So I'm just welcoming you on the live stream just to see if that will provoke reactions, Sam. I think we are going to get a reaction from Sam just to get the numbers up. Right, how are we doing? So we're just waiting to get the Google score sheet up and running for you. We're very seamless and smooth. It's all happening, don't you worry, everybody.
Yeah, Mateo with a nice clearance there. So kind of back to a reset there. No balls really in strong hoop running position. Blue being the closest, but very angled.
Sam's double checking by looking out the window. I don't blame him, actually. It's nice to look out at the real world. We do sometimes get out there, so you do more often. Right, here we go.
Yeah, so Blue will be looking potentially to find the draws, but just strong, tight position in front of hoop 1 is really good here for Mateo.
That's looking good, isn't it? Is it slightly offset?
It's offset, so it leaves the hoop and the clearance open for Gary. And I don't think he'll be opposed to taking a shot here.
Oh,
Nails that. That's really lovely.
And when he was talking to me a couple of days ago, he was always talking about looking for the in-off
Yeah.
as the angle. If he can
Yeah.
see an angle,
Yeah, and the
And
angle, Mateo left himself short there, so that angle was always going to be on. It's settled in front of the hoop, but it's not quite in the jaws, so there's potential for both black and blue to be able to clear red out here, especially on these hoops. Hitting it full into the wire can cause these balls to bounce out quite a bit.
yeah. But it's over to the left, isn't it?
It is.
It's a bit more difficult for the blue then, for that.
Yeah, it's more difficult for the blue, but black has a very good opportunity to clear this out.
Yes.
But Mateo is a very aggressive player, so may just opt to take on the jump early. He's checking the hoop, so I believe that's what he's going to do.
So our Australian friends are still all wide awake and bushy-tailed. Leslie Story, who visited us a while back, is cheering on Gary. We're completely neutral, of course, here.
So Mateo taking on this 7-yard angled jump here at hoop 1.
Oh,
Didn't get the height on that one, or really the line. So I think even if it had been on target, at best it would have just pushed red out of the hoop. So Gary rightly just electing to put another ball into position. So it's looking likely that Gary's managed to break serve effectively here, and with Matteo having had first approach, having won the toss, Gary now in the strongest position really he can be to win hoop 1.
Ooh,
That's
that was the strangest shot that we've
Yeah.
seen, isn't it?
It's unlucky for Matteo. It's on the right line, but likely he was the shot was going to be a very small target with the hoop being in the way. So Gary, a nice simple hoop 1.
Yeah.
And gets good distance up the lawn.
He didn't want to overforce it though, did
No,
he?
he didn't want to overforce it. And gets good distance, so it's not trivial hoop running position, but it's in control of the hoop. So anything Matteo puts in here
Yeah.
is likely to be cleared by red.
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, that's a nice ball in by Matteo. Really good to see that he's got the weight of this lawn early on, but with red being there, it's likely just a ball that's going to be cleared away come red's turn in a couple of shots' time.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gary ideally would have been looking to get a bit tighter to the hoop and really try and take control early on in this game. But he'll be happy enough attempting the hoop from there. But he's not made it as easy as he could have done. With that blue just overrunning there.
Okay.
Gary now, if he gets a nice centre ball clearance, should be back in control of this hoop.
Yeah, very nice.
Yeah.
It's starting to warm up here, isn't it?
Yeah,
and it's marginally bright. Everyone's saying that I'm sort of trying to drum up the weather, but it's getting faster, isn't it? as
Yeah,
well?
yeah. And you can see with that shot, Gary hit it hard, probably harder than he needed to, because his clearance was only sending black 8-9 yards away. So from the distance there, he'd ideally been looking to hold better position than that. Potentially not hoop running, but definitely not behind the hoop.
But he's not hesitant here, is he?
No, this was always going to be the shot.
Lovely shot.
Nails it.
When
It's a
you
great shot.
played with him, have you had subsequently a go with his mallet?
I haven't had a go with his mallet, no. But I know lots of players have had a try with it this week. And
What's the general view? It'd take a bit of getting used to,
it
obviously.
would
But
take a bit of getting used to. Personally, for me, I don't mind the single bend in the mallet, but two just to me, with a Solomon grip, just wouldn't work. For a standard, I could see it being quite effective.
yeah. Now he told me the history of it,
Oh yeah.
which was a player whose name I've completely forgotten was visiting in Australia, had this mallet, and someone traced the outline onto the clubhouse wall, and someone made it, took that as a template, is now manufacturing these mallets, and apparently the outline is still on the wall.
Fair enough.
It's a bit like either club history or the challenges of a croquet club and generating income.
That's a nice shot there.
Yes, it is.
Has he blocked himself at yellow though?
It looks slightly like it, doesn't it?
If he's blocked himself at yellow,
He'll be frustrated by that.
he'll
won't
be
he?
frustrated by that because he's gone from what could have been a really strong position to pull a hoop back
Yeah.
to kind of giving it back to Gary in a way, especially now with red coming into really nice hoop running position at around 3 yard depth.
Well, he's looking like he
He's
couldn't
looking
even
at
get
it.
past. very tight, doesn't it?
It does.
Nice camera angle there a minute ago. It was just to see it. But well, so is this. We got spoilt with choice there for a moment. Yeah, we thought that, didn't
Yeah, just electing to go in front.
we? And is that good? I think it's a blue clearance, is it?
Yeah, this will be a clearance on blue, and you can see here with this, at this angle, black has gone slightly long, so not leaving himself an easy hoop either. That's a nice clearance from Gary.
And it leaves the hoop open at the moment. I
It
know
leaves-
blue's coming back in, but
Blue's coming back in, but also yellow has travelled a long way down to hoop 4. So Matteo now will be having to take this clearance on, because if Gary were to make the hoop with red, he's already got a ball down there at the next hoop.
so got a bit more feedback on the mallet.
Oh yeah.
So C. Stuart, he says, for me it's super comfortable to use, but it doesn't allow much extension to power up in the swing style. So if we get the chance, we'll ask Gary about that, but he's focused at the moment. We won't interrupt him. Oh,
That's
wow.
unlucky by Matteo.
That was close. And he had to do that.
Yeah, had to take that clearance on. Gary just has shown at hoop 2 that his hoop running seems to be back on the form that it was a couple of days ago.
Yeah.
So after that, you'd be expecting Gary to take this now to a 3-0 lead.
Yes.
And it's a shot that he's got to take on with yellow so far out of position.
Ooh,
Not quite that one.
no. It looked all right. I mean, he looked
Yeah,
like
it
he
looked-
was settled and
yeah.
everything, didn't
Settled nicely, but just catching that left hand wire slightly. But this is not an easy shot. So what Matteo's looking to do here is he's just going for the jaws. I think with red where it is, that's not a particularly strong shot.
So would you think yellow would go for it, or would yellow
I think,
just go
I think
for
yellow
position?
is just safe to come back, provided that red has a shot at it, which Gary's just checking now.
Right.
Yellow can just come up into position.
And blue's way over, isn't
Yeah,
it?
with blue
And
way over.
somewhere near the west boundary, isn't it?
Yeah, blue.
Oh, east.
Yeah, blue on the west boundary.
East, no,
following
it's
his-
east, isn't it?
No. Yeah. Yes, the east boundary following his failed clearance.
We get our orientation
Yeah, we'll
right.
get there in the end.
Yeah, you only play croquet all the time, Sam, and you just know it instinctively.
Gary electing to take the shot.
Oh.
Not a bad effort at all. So red's shot at black must be quite tight,
Yeah.
with the hoop acting as a very
Yeah.
strong blocker for Matteo.
But even the yellow going off still comes out with a decent sort of position.
Yeah,
didn't it wasn't too awful.
yeah,
It didn't go too wide.
Yeah, it is a shot that, because you're shooting up the lawn at hoop 3,
Right.
if you miss or just flick the wire, you're going to
Yeah.
remain in a position that you will be still in the game. You might not have a shot at the hoop, but you will have
Yeah.
a relatively short shot at
So he has
something.
got full ball, hasn't he, here? With the red onto the black.
Not sure whether it's full ball, but it's a big enough target that Matteo's elected just to put another one in.
They'd be happy with that.
Yeah. Cleared it out. Black's still, I believe, in hoop running position. And I think Matteo will be having a go at this.
Yes, looks like it, doesn't it?
Yeah. But this is angled. It's just within the corner line.
Oh, you're surprised by that, I can feel.
Yeah. Matteo.
I know both balls are on the boundary.
Yeah, in a way,
but-
it shows really good maturity from Matteo, that he's willing to take on that jawsing shot rather than at 2-0 down feel like he needs to chase hoops.
Yeah.
Yeah, because provided black stays there, Matteo's brought himself into a good position where he can potentially gain 2 hoops from this.
Okay.
If he can run black solidly down towards
Here we go
hoop
with
four.
yellow. jump, do you think, or not? Or just
Yeah.
a firm hit?
This is going to be a jump from Gary. Until
Yeah, because with the hand grips
his
down.
hands
isn't it?
grip is down. Not a bad effort.
That was close, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
Gary, he gets really, really nice height on his jumps. Is Matteo just electing to play the peel here?
Looks like it, doesn't it?
Just having seen his first jump attempt,
Yeah.
I would be nervous giving Gary a second 7-yard jump.
Well, that was the purpose of going in for it with the first one, wasn't it? Dom's looking happy, isn't he? He just has
Yeah,
Marvel
Dom.
going past.
Yeah, Dom into the final of the plate, which he'll be playing against Tim Jolliffe. Both the plate semi-finals going to 3 games, and I know that Dom's third match went to 13. So a really, really good fight there between Dom and Chris in their plate semi-final.
I have a question for you in a minute, but we'll come to it after this shot, because this is quite a crunch one, isn't it? Again, another jump. Oh! Sorry, you heard that. Wow, that was
That's
very unlucky.
unlucky. But second prize in a way for
He's
Gary.
off centre.
He's taken Black out from right in.
I mean, he thinks he can run it this time, I think, then. That, only just.
Yeah, and that's not a great outcome. Matteo showed great maturity in putting it in the jaws a couple of times. And I think with Blue in such good position as well, there was just no need for him to run that hoop.
Okay.
He's gone from a position where he could have got really well down towards hoop 4 to just running it by a couple of inches, and now likely to go 3-1 down if Gary puts a good ball in here.
Yeah. So the question for you, Sam, is from Addison Matthews.
Oh, yeah.
How have the quadways been for this tournament compared to other hoops you've played on this year? We've covered this quite a few times as the days have gone on, but obviously we have new viewers. So.
Yeah. So this year I played the majority of my tournaments. Actually, I played on quadways, and I think they have been the easiest here. Faced some difficult conditions over in Australia, Ken Lee playing the Australian Open doubles with Addison. We found them very difficult on the first couple of days.
Oh, right.
But here, they've posed more challenge than the standard Jake's hoops that I believe that are used here at Budleigh.
Yeah.
But not enough challenge.
Ooh, that just hit the wire, didn't it?
Yeah. Not enough challenge that we saw at places like the GC Worlds last year. That's a really
That
nice
was a
hit
lovely
from
hit,
Gary.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
And Red's not in a bad place for it.
No, Red's not
For
in
a
a bad
moment,
place.
when you glanced at it that way, but not in terms of the next
Yeah,
hit.
that'll be able to get across absolutely fine towards hoop 5, and that there just shows the weakness that Matteo got from just running hoop 3 by a couple of inches.
Yeah, he ended up with.
Yeah.
And is that Blue a good position, do you think?
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. It's in hoop running position, so will force Gary to take a shot at it with yellow. Ooh, and that-
We're into snuggle territory again. But you said he likes doing that.
he loves that shot. It's one that he does fairly regularly.
Yeah.
And with Matteo coming short with Black, I think it's now a really strong position again for Gary.
So he's just making sure he can't be hit by putting the ball there, presumably. Is that
Yeah.
the yellow there?
Yeah, yellow there is completely safe from Blue. So Black will either have to take the clearance back at yellow or put itself into a blocking position on yellow's hoop and hope.
Okay.
And hope basically that Gary doesn't make his jump.
Lots of fingers crossed. So.
Yeah, Gary's put himself into a really strong position here, having got the block
Is it distance or just the tap? Oh,
distance.
right. So again, what would Gary do there? My instinct is black to clear it. Would you think that? I suppose it.
I think
because otherwise black will be in the jaws.
yeah.
and Gary
Otherwise,
will-
black comes into the jaws. So I think Gary, either a strong position or a clearance on black here is absolutely fine.
Whoa!
But goes for the hoop and bounces up significantly.
He's now calling for assistance, isn't he? 'Cause
The
he'll be
way that's bounced up, I think the carrot is probably too high.
That's what it looked like, didn't
Yeah.
it? Dare I say it?
That must have jumped up probably a foot.
It did definitely take off in a.
Yeah.
You know,
so
in a-
Gary now just calling on Francis will test whether the carrots are too high.
So what, is there a remedy here? Or?
There isn't a remedy, unfortunately. It's just the ball. It's just the hoop will be fixed effectively, and the carrot's brought down. So unfortunately for Gary, he won't be entitled to taking a shot again.
It's deceptive her power, isn't it?
Yeah.
It doesn't need much. I mean, because
No,
you don't
it
want to
doesn't
keep
need
over.
much, but
over
having had a feel of that pink mallet, it is very heavy. I think, as well as Francis' power is deceptive, I think the weight of that mallet is also very deceptive.
You wouldn't want to argue with her, would you?
No.
So it also looked like there was no remeasuring there of it. So
No,
it was clearly it was marginal, if at all.
Yeah. And that's not a great clearance from Matteo. Doesn't retain
So that gets Gary
position.
back into
Exactly.
a decent.
Gary now right
Decent
back
setup.
in this with a ball probably 2 yards in front of him.
Yeah, he'll be happy with that, won't he?
Yeah, absolutely fine with that. That's the ball in control now. So Matteo's gone from having first approach at this to now out of control and requiring requiring a couple of really nice centre ball clearances. Unless he fancies taking on hoop 5 from the south end.
That's the problem, isn't it?
So let's just to put blue in. So relying on a long clearance here with black on yellow,
Or a hoop.
or a hoop shot.
And Gary's just. Well, so that was designed to be in front of blue, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
Gary will have been looking to get the blocker on the hoop, on blue's hoop. So we'll see what Matteo fancies here. He's got to have a shot at something.
Yeah, very nice.
Nails that clearance on.
And a nice length if he wants the black to come. It's about halfway, isn't it?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
well, just past halfway. Which,
Yeah.
No, just ahead of halfway.
Yeah,
so
about peg high. So this will give Gary a bit of a dilemma here, whether he allows Matteo to have. I can't quite tell if red is blocking blue's hoop.
I don't think it is.
In which case, I think Gary will definitely be taking the shot at blue.
Yeah.
Takes it.
We've moved the
He's-
cameras to cover.
Yeah.
There are two of the cameras to cover this, so we've got new angles to us. So.
He's skimmed that one. So it is making it's
Hoop
made the
diffi-
hoop more difficult, basically.
Yeah, the distance, isn't it?
Yeah. Whether Matteo takes this on, I have to see him. What he may have actually done here is flicked it back into a position where red is now blocking.
It does look like it from here, if you could guess
Yeah.
on the screen. That doesn't look like. Is that look like a jump? Not sure. Can't tell. Really. No. It's not.
No, this doesn't look like a jump from Matteo. No, this is a flat shot. Yeah, and that's a really nice clearance. Soft pace,
Just sensible.
just sensible play.
So where will Gary be looking to put the red to be protected from black, or?
I don't think black's the real threat. I think Gary will just be looking to put good positional ball in. Yeah, slightly deeper. I think I'd have preferred slightly on the left-hand side of the hoop, just to make that any potential stop shot by Matteo that little bit harder.
Oh, that's
Right. I think he may have just about gotten away with that
one. Absolutely. Risky, wasn't it?
That is, I think, risky and unnecessarily risky, that for Matteo.
So we've just seen a very relaxed Jamie walk past, haven't we?
Yeah, Jamie got through against Jack.
Tough game.
In a tough game. But Jamie, the holder of this competition, back into the final this year. And having spoken to him earlier, I think he was saying that he'd rather be playing Reg in the final.
Really?
Yeah.
That's an interesting one. Has he played Stephen before?
Undoubtedly, never played Stephen before. But he knocked Reg out of the competition last year.
Oh, right, okay.
So is one that he'll be hoping to replicate should he meet Reg in the final.
Yeah. I think Reg's probably got the temperament there too, not to be put off.
Well, I mean, I think both Reg and Stephen are probably the two most experienced players in this competition.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, right. So Matteo looking at was a very angled shot here.
So that's a nice angle. We can stay with that. We'd
looking
like
to
that.
play it as a jump in order to get that extra bit of top spin, basically.
Oh, well, he got it, but in the wrong way.
Yeah, that's really...
That was very tight, though, wasn't it? He would have had to really miss that front wire.
Personally, I think that's a poor shot from Matteo.
What shot selection or the shot?
The shot itself.
Yeah.
From that range, really close up against the hoop, you'd be expecting at this level to at least hit the far wire full and basically drop down.
Yeah, and he didn't. He got the new one, didn't he?
So now Gary really in complete control over this hoop. Matteo's going to have to pull out some really big shots, and here he's going for it here. This is Matteo's distance jump.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah, so his feet come a lot wider, and he gets a lot of power on these. Absolutely nails it. Straight through on the full. That is a brilliant shot from Matteo.
Didn't touch the sides, did it?
That is a brilliant shot and flies off to the north boundary.
Yeah, and he got a nice clap from Gary acknowledgement, didn't he? Because it was exceptionally good.
Yeah, that is a brilliant shot. And we saw a similar one yesterday, which he was unlucky not to get against Reg. So Matteo, having had first approach and losing control over hoop 5, gets back into it and gets the hoop with a brilliant jump shot.
And that's not bad either, is it?
And that's a really good shot as well.
Yeah.
I think it's not quite blocking the hoop, but it's really tight position.
Yeah.
So we'll be putting the pressure on Gary if he elects to go for it.
Oh, well, that's nice as well. Moves it.
He's moved it closer, but there is potential now that his backswing is hampered by that yellow ball.
It's not for the hoop, I don't think.
Yeah.
That's what Matteo's looking
just
at.
having a look.
So the hoop shot's on.
Yeah.
As distinct from having a choice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'd be hampered for going for black, wouldn't he?
Yes.
It looks like.
So Matteo just taking a bit of relief there on the north boundary as he lines up his shot. It looks like he's going to be taking a shot at red.
Right. Well, that seems to be the sensible shot.
Yeah.
Well, Well, that was unlucky.
Unlucky, and gets the yellow.
Yeah. What takes away the hampering?
Yeah, it takes away the issue of Gary being hampered.
Right.
So
there'll be no choice at all. Just straightforward. Won't it?
Yeah.
Yes, very
No
nice.
issues there for Gary.
Straight to the boundary as well.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a really nice hoop.
4-2.
4-2. And that is also a show of confidence with Black being so close and in much easier hoop running position. Gary just smooths Red through. And Black takes slightly long position, far side of hoop 7. So leaves himself an opportunity to run the hoop, but it is quite angled.
So let's see where we're going.
Gary just
Just
elects
getting
to put one off
On the boundary, yeah. So the red's in a good place in terms of the coming in angle because it's just plumb dead centre of the north boundary.
Yeah.
And,
I think.
and this is almost plumb dead centre. Yellow's almost plumb dead centre with the hoop, isn't it?
Yeah. And I think
So both of those are nice.
Yeah, and with
And
blues come up short.
a bit
there.
short, isn't it? Although he'd take that angle. Wouldn't
Yeah,
he?
I think it's
It's there, having seen what he went for with a more acute
it's
shot.
in hoop running position definitely, but it's not. He's not making it easy for himself.
No. Oh, so were you expecting Black to try?
With yellow off on the boundary, I think yes, this is for me the right shot to be taking. It's an aggressive option, but one that if it pays off, it goes well.
No, that looks like
That's off. That's resting on the far wire. So that won't run.
no,
And
but does it-
potentially gives Gary an in-off chance.
Yeah, have we got an angle? Well, we'll wait for this shot and then we'll see what angles we got to see that. Well, he needed to do that, didn't he?
Yeah. Elects not to take his first shot opportunity, so
it-
it
Yeah.
gives Red a much easier.
That's a good
shot.
angle, isn't it? Can
Yeah.
we just go back to that one? Yeah.
Yeah.
So that
so-
one, what do you think there? Well, it
Looking-
depends where blue
yeah.
ends up, of course, but
But looking at that, it seems as though Red can definitely clear Black away from the hoop very easily. The question is whether if Gary wants to run it, he'll have to play it as a jump shot, or if he's got the angle to play the in-off.
absolutely.
That's a great
Oh,
shot.
well,
though.
that
He's hit it on
clarified there was an
Yeah.
angle there, wasn't there?
yeah, and he's hit it on the right side, on the left-hand side of the ball,
So he's mastered
which
blocked
just
it.
completely blocks off the hoop. So Gary now, if he's wanting to get the hoop in this stroke, is going to be another boundary jump. But elects to play in here, and he's played into really nice position.
Because he doesn't think it's runnable. That was his thinking, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's quite nice.
Yeah, that's nice. But with yellow so far out of position,
It's a sensible move, isn't it?
he needs Red coming in. It is likely he is just going to be cleared.
Yeah. Interesting he's moved blue in for the relief already when technically it's off the ground, off the lawn.
It's one that it's probably on the grounds of expecting Gary to end up nowhere near that ball, basically.
Well, you call that one right, so well done.
Yeah. Yeah. So
So-
Gary comes up trying to find the blocking line, basically, of yellow's shot on red, but ends up well short. So good clearance here from Matteo, and he'll be in a really strong position to pull one back to make it 4-3.
My goodness.
Ooh.
My goodness, we weren't expecting that, were we?
Well, that is not what Matteo would have wanted.
No. Is Matteo going on holiday, do you think?
I think he is. So Gary here probably is going to be looking to cut this ball like that. That's a really nicely played shot.
Oh, he could have done a not being that close to the... Oh no, he can get
Yeah,
comfortably past, can't
that's
he?
a really nice shot. Not overhit it. So ended up with probably a 4-yard hoop shot with red, rather than trying to send black that extra few yards and ending up with red on the boundary. Gary now though with basically a free hoop shot here. Yellow not in hoop running position, and if it was to clear red, is only clearing red a couple of yards up to the boundary. That's a great hoop.
And it's got the length, hasn't it?
It's travelled really nicely as well.
Yeah. We're looking out the window, guys, because it's zoomed away from the camera, so we're not sure where it ended up.
Just past hoop 8 basically, but only a yard or so away from it. So that's a really nicely run hoop from Gary.
So there are some of your fellow players would say that's not as good as it could have been.
Obviously, it's not as good as it could have been, but from 4 and a bit yards, the risk is that if you overhit it and end up on the south boundary, it's a lot worse than ending up where it is.
Absolutely.
So to smooth it through and end up within a couple of yards of hoop 8 is really nice from that distance. Yeah, had Gary's.
Oh, what about this one?
That's not.
Oh, for a moment it was.
Yeah, had Gary's hoop 7 only been from a yard or a couple of foot away, then yes, that would have been a poor shot, as you would expect to end up hoop running side of hoop 8. But as shown, he's ended up close enough to the hoop that he's just able to clear anything.
Hey, we've just seen Mark Hutley walk past. Mark was playing in the tournament earlier.
Yes.
It's lovely to see him. He had to
great to see him
withdraw.
back.
It was lovely to see him, and he's making appropriate signs at us, so that's always welcome. He's a bit quieter than normal, but we'll deal with that later. But it's brilliant to see him back. Sorry to interrupt, but it's nice to see a fellow club member recovering. Cheers now. Right, over to you.
So Matteo now is going to be forced into this long shot. Misses, leaving red now in a really relatively simple position, having seen some of the hoops that Gary's run so far in this competition. So Gary now with a good chance to go 6-2 up.
Oh!
Ooh, and I think I may have
the
proverbial commentator's curse on that one.
And Bandit shared around.
Yeah.
And Matteo would be loving that.
Yeah, that's a reprieve for Matteo.
And is he going to stun off this and put the black in front?
I think here it's most important just a good stop shot and sensible connection. That's okay. Not brilliant, but black is now the ball in control of hoop 8.
Absolutely. And that's not too bad though, is it? Oh, no, gone on.
No, just
rolled on.
Just rolled on.
Bit of a double target for black, isn't it?
It is, but if blue puts a good positional ball in here, I don't think black will be tempted by the hoop. He'll just be looking at clearing yellow. Yeah, and that's a really nice ball, and should it stay there, black has a good opportunity to clear yellow into wired position using the hoop.
Well.
And that's just rolled off.
Wow, we all saw that.
That has rolled off quite a lot.
Dramatically, didn't it? I wasn't expecting that at all. And I play at Budleigh, and wow.
Yeah, so Matteo now with a really good opportunity to clear this into wide position. Ooh, but he's hit it on the wrong side and is quite lucky to get the flick on red as well.
Yeah.
He's made it rather than wide, he's made it a max distance clearance for Gary.
Who's good at it?
He's been clearing well this game, but he's got the best alternative option basically there, Matteo.
There's this snuggle shot again, isn't it?
There it is again, and just overshoots that one.
You see him jumping up and down in disgust. I think all of us would be quite happy with that.
Yeah.
Well,
And I think having seen that red roll off on the previous
Yeah.
shot, I don't think I'd have been tempted by the snuggle from that distance.
Okay.
So Matteo now really should make this 5-3. Yeah, no mistakes there. So Matteo now pulls it back to 5-3, but Gary will have first approach over to the important hoop 9. So if Gary can put a good ball in here, not only is he going to be favourite for hoop 9, but he's going to be likely favourite for the game, and that's a really strong position.
Yes.
Nice hoop running position, and really going to force Matteo to have at least one shot at it.
Yes. Good to see more and more Budleigh members turning up to see you guys.
Yeah.
It's nice to have that, isn't it, in the mix. The lawns are starting to get fairly, well, where the games are, obviously. There are quite a few people scattered around watching. Also some...
Oh, and that's really good from looking at that. I don't think Matteo has a shot on red now.
That is excellent, isn't it?
Yeah. So I think the first mistake came from Matteo's black ball, just
Yeah.
coming in too short. If you're going to take the position on second shot across to 9, you have to nail it. And he's ended up probably
Not
a yard or
yeah.
two short. And then Gary gets a great blocker in,
So we're looking at a pray and hope shot, are we?
basically. And he's going to try the jump clearance.
Oh, that makes it interesting.
This will be astonishing if he makes this.
Yeah.
No.
No, but he's gone on holiday.
He's gone on holiday and interrupting the game between Reg and Stephen.
And Reg, bit of good footwork, wasn't he? Trapping it in his foot. So it went nearly all the way to the other boundary on the adjoining lawn.
Yeah.
Impressive shot.
Got nice height and really good power on that. But,
And lots of bounces.
and lots of bounce, but the line was off pretty much from the start.
Oh, yeah.
From that range, it's not particularly surprising.
I'm not sure he believed in it. I mean, he believed in trying the shot.
Yeah.
I'm not sure I think he was accepting it.
It's 1 in 1,000
yeah,
that,
exactly.
that shot comes off. Oh,
Gary.
Has he got lucky though with the bounce off?
Not sure.
Can Matteo see yellow? I'm not sure he can.
Oh, he has got lucky.
He has. That is really luck there that Gary does not deserve after that
Yeah, absolutely.
quite poor hoop shot. So Matteo will probably be trying the double clearance here. Yeah,
Quite tricky.
it's tricky
Because the red, do you think the red will stop? Well, it depends on how it contacts the yellow,
Yeah.
doesn't it? Because
from this range.
that's all right. So I can see
Yeah.
it's possible from here.
Yeah, from this range, I think most players would expect at least to get contact on both.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
I just don't think that's the right shot.
Yeah.
At that range, I think the double clearance was probably the easier shot than that. But he's hampered Gary's stance, and he's missed again. Slightly hampered stance that time for Gary. But he's had 2 hoop shots now at hoop 9 from relatively easy distance.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a discussion to be had, I think, whether the final is going to be best of 3 or best of 5.
I think it's
Well-
likely now to be best of 3
And that's just because of the duration.
because
of
of
the
the duration of this semi-final between Stephen and Reg.
Okay.
And that's a good shot there by Matteo.
Yes, and a nice stop, isn't it?
Yeah, he's hit it on the right side. He's flicked Gary off over towards hoop 1 and ended up around halfway on the south boundary.
But does that just put off? I mean, Gary's just going to come back in, isn't he?
Well, it depends on. I can't quite tell what the angle is on Black's hoop.
There you are. That doesn't look terribly attractive. Yellow's in a good place, isn't it? To protect the hoop, I meant. Oh,
Yeah.
there you are. You sneeze and the screen goes. That was very
But
good.
Gary does line up the shot on Black and misses to the right.
I think we've got our technician curse going on at the moment. They're hiding the ball from us. It makes, just when it gets challenging. Ah, Sam's on the monocular. That does help, doesn't it? Thank you very much. I've just had a cup of tea arrive. Thank you very much. No. So there's a shot coming in from Matteo. He's going for it. What do you think, Sam? No sugar. No sugar.
Yeah, this has to be a shot Mateo's taking on. Having won back control of hoop 9, he's now given himself a hoop shot.
Quite tight angle.
Tight angle, but neither of Gary's balls in hoop running position. That's really not a great outcome. It's ended up really close to yellow, and this is just going to be a simple stun shot for Gary.
Great. Does he want to come out to the left as we're looking at it a bit?
Slightly.
No, you just
yeah,
went.
but
He just went for the stop, didn't he?
That's a nice shot.
It was a slightly better angle than Matteo's one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Slightly, not much.
Only slightly.
Well, we're being charitable, aren't we?
So an update for the semi-final between of Game 3 of Reg Bamford versus Stephen Mulliner. Reg is currently 3-1 up in the deciding game.
And still zooming around at great speed.
Yes.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it? Very risky shot there.
Risky shot, but with
Effective though.
yeah, and with Black so far away, I think one that Matteo had to take on. Gary puts another good one back in.
Yeah. More central this time as well,
a
which
lot
is it
more
makes
central. So I think Gary
this is
back in control of this hoop now.
And is he coming inside of it? Can't see.
It is inside of it, but it's gone.
Oh,
just
and blocking.
It's blocking, which is really not ideal at all. It's
I've
hard
heard
luck.
you commentators say describe it more eloquently than that.
Yeah.
Which is not a good shot.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got to remember that, I suppose, I mean, all you players play a lot of games
Yeah.
and are very experienced in taking up and soaking up the tension. But I suppose reality kicks in.
Yeah.
Tension's there, isn't it?
Yeah. I think the tension will be probably a lot less for Gary, having played quite a few WCF events. So Gary played in the 2024 World Championships and the 2023 over 50s.
Oh, right.
But has also previously won the Australian Opens.
Wow.
So Gary has played in these top competitions and reached the business end of these events.
Yeah.
So I don't think Gary's going to be feeling potentially the pressure as much as Matteo.
But he's gained the most experience, hasn't he, by playing with you as his partner, Sam? Congratulations again on winning the doubles here at the Open. People may not everyone may know that.
And that's a brilliant
That
shot.
was lovely. Picked it out, didn't he?
That is a great jump clearance. Got the height over to go straight over Black and absolutely nail.
Yeah, looking good, wasn't it? It looked good from his stance
Yeah.
as well.
Yeah, the previous one he took from hoop 8 across hoop 9
Yeah.
was a outlandish desperation shot, but that was one that
Measured.
and you felt was in Matteo's wheelhouse
Yeah.
basically.
Yeah, that's the second time you used that term this week, because I remembered it the first time.
Yeah. So Matteo rightly going to have a go at this hoop.
Yeah, quite.
Again, pretty angled, so we'll need to play this.
To the far side.
Yeah, with a bit of control and just to slow it down slightly, and it's going to play it with a bit of jump.
Yeah,
that's a really
it's
nicely
a perfect
controlled
outcome,
hoop.
wasn't it?
Yeah, so Matteo does really well to fight back, having had second approach to hoop 9.
What will Gary be thinking at the moment?
I think Gary will be really disappointed he hasn't won that hoop. Having had first approach
Yeah.
and put his first approach into good position, and then missed 2 what you would have to call relatively simple hoops at it.
Okay.
But he'll know he's still got a 5-4 lead, and his yellow, his first ball down, is into good position.
Yeah.
So if Gary can put one inside this now, he'll have the opportunity to clear blue and potentially get yellow over towards hoop 11.
Does he need to stop black? Well, he can't, but as black's got an open hoop there. Which, what do you expect him to go for?
I think Matteo should be taking the shot at yellow here. Had blue not been in hoop running position,
Well, I'm
then there's
looking
the
at-
argument to take the hoop.
Sorry to talk across you, but looking at that angle, that doesn't look like yellow to me from that swing. But I could be wrong.
I agree that seeing that, I'm not 100% convinced what his shot is going to be here. But I think the right shot definitely is shooting at
Okay.
yellow.
We're going to hold our breath now. Oh, it was yellow.
Yeah, shot at yellow, but
It didn't look it. It didn't
No.
look. I mean, from that stance, it didn't
from
look
that
like
stance,
yellow.
Yeah, it didn't look like yellow, and missed off to the right.
And then he sort of like, I've decided to go to yellow rather. Yeah. I didn't think he'd set himself up for it. That's me who
Yeah.
misses more often than that.
Yeah,
But
and as it
now there you are. That's a surprise. Is that because
that
he
no,
missed the
that's,
last shot?
no, I think that's very typical of Gary, and that's something that we were doing quite a lot in the doubles.
Yeah.
Rather than taking the hoop on at first opportunity, that shot just gives him complete control.
And
over
red's
the hoop.
in a strong position.
Yeah,
isn't
red
it?
is in
It's
a strong
square
position.
on, isn't it?
Yeah, he's now got complete control over the hoop with 2 balls right in front,
Yeah.
in good enough hoop running position.
And blue
basically.
is almost square. I mean, I think it can see red.
Yeah.
It can get past to get red. Just. It's coming in from the west boundary here.
Yeah, and just electing to put a ball in.
Yeah.
Will
Oh, he's
hopefully
gone
be
past.
trying to
He's
get
gone
into
through.
wide position, but
No.
he's hit that way too hard. That's probably gone 3 or 4 yards past where he'd be wanting it.
Do you think he might have been trying just to nudge?
No,
Red.
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think if he was going for red, he'd be shooting at it
Okay.
full-blooded.
Yeah.
Gary again, just
Mind
just
you,
not on at the moment. Having started really well, running some really nice hoops to begin this game.
Yeah.
His hoop running has just slipped slightly as we've gone through.
well, black's up on the north boundary, so that's
Yeah,
not a bad thing. I don't think it can see. I wouldn't expect it to be able to see yellow, would you?
no. Seeing from this angle, yellow looks quite
Open.
open,
No, but he's not going
but
there,
it's
is he?
long.
not
And
go-
having seen Gary miss a couple of hoops now, I think it's one that Matteo might be willing to let Gary take on.
Oh,
And I
well,
think
okay.
now especially now with black being deeper,
Percentage shot.
so this is now a percentage shot. I think this just shows that Gary,
He's under pressure.
he's feeling it a bit, and he knows his hoop running is slightly off.
Yeah, that isn't. Gary's just nearly been taken out by the red ball.
That isn't the shot of someone confident with their hoop running.
No, it wasn't, and the walk wasn't someone
he's,
who's completely
he's
settled.
he's turned around and cleared a ball behind him, which when you've got a ball in front of the hoop is a great shot to play. But when your partner ball can't run, it does show lack of confidence in your hoop running ability.
Yeah, but it made it difficult for the blue.
Yeah,
though, the red, didn't
yeah,
it?
and
Which is the plus side of that.
And I think that is also a relatively weak shot from Matteo. It's neither
One or other.
far, yeah, basically, and leaves a simple shot for Gary like that just to clear it back up the lawn.
Rather than sort of block the black, because the option would have been to
The
go
option
left.
to yes,
But then I suppose the clearance would have
It just
come in.
leaves the
and-
clearance on.
yeah.
Again, Gary back into that position that he was in
Yeah,
a couple of rounds ago,
Yeah.
with 2 balls in front of the hoop.
yeah. Maybe we should look away. So is Matteo thinking of
I
giving
think
it a
Matteo
go?
might be thinking of giving it a go here.
Well, the minute that happens,
Yeah, you know he's going to have a try. It's the very aggressive option, and if it comes off, it's a brilliant shot. But if you miss here, you are really handing it all to Gary. Personally, for me, having seen Gary miss a couple of shots now in a row, I'd be very tempted by just taking tight position up
Yeah.
against the hoop.
that's gone, isn't it?
And that's missed on Matteo's left-hand side. So Gary now really should be making this 6-4 in the next couple of turns. Whether he takes the hoop shot on now or just elects to put a really tight ball in.
Well, the fact he didn't bother to check where black had come off
Yeah.
tells me he's going for the hoop.
Yeah,
but-
the shot is his to lose. This is his to lose now.
Yeah, well, Blue's in a terrible place. So he's.
And that needs to stop. That's a nice shot. Yeah, that's a really good shot. It's blocking. I believe it's blocking Blue's hoop shot.
He's still. It's open to yellow there. I mean, it's
Yeah.
open to black. Sorry.
Yeah. So by the looks of this, Matteo's taking on a clearance shot on red.
Yep.
Is he?
Is he?
No.
No.
He's just
it's in
electing to put
between.
one in. Okay.
2 lines.
And
That's
it's
gone long.
Gone long.
So Gary now will
Gary's
just be putting in a wide.
Wide
red
from
into
blue.
wide from blue.
And we
Yeah.
can see that. If we stay with this angle, we'll be able to see it. That doesn't look like a wide. Does it? Why did he
I
do
think that's
that?
just unnecessary from Gary. That's the shot where he's looking to build some confidence, basically. But I don't think there was much need for him to do that.
Yeah.
Taking wide position from blue there would just be really strong.
Yeah.
But at the same time, even if Matteo makes
Here's the
this
black.
clearance,
The black is coming in now.
even if Matteo makes this clearance, yellow can come back in into position 1 from blue. So Gary's still favourite for this hoop. Gets it,
Yeah, that's pretty good, isn't
and
it?
he's hit it on the right side as well. So Matteo ends up on the short boundary side.
So let's just watch Gary coming. Can we zoom out a wee bit, please? That's it. Right.
So looking for wide position, and he's overshot that.
But he's. Or was he? Sorry.
Yeah. No,
Or was he
there-
trying to protect?
I don't think there's any need really to protect blue, to protect red there.
He's going to get a double hit now, isn't he? Do you think so? That's.
Yeah, I think Matteo will go for this because there is no point in positioning here. Unless you go very deep, red will just turn around and clear you.
Oh, didn't mean that, did he?
No. But not the worst of outcomes. Again, ended up on the short boundary side.
So Gary's doing the sensible thing, which is to
Yeah.
take a position rather than bounce off it and end up in a.
So Gary takes position.
It
But
looks
now-
like. Yeah, sorry.
Matteo, with a strong possibility now of bringing himself back into a chance for this hoop. A strong position here with black, which he's nearly got. He could have attempted to go tighter on the hoop there.
We've got our friendly horsefly coming back in.
That's long again from Gary.
Someone's got the wobbles.
Yeah, so a good clearance from Matteo here, and he'll have
He's got the hoop, I think.
he'll have a potential hoop shot should Red miss its following clearance. Yeah, and nails that clearance. That's a great shot.
Yeah, all the way to the
Sends it
west boundary.
off to the west boundary and also gets a long way across towards hoop 11.
Yeah.
So that is a really beautifully controlled shot there by Matteo. So Gary now with a 20-odd yard clearance
What
to
he's going for.
bring himself back into this hoop, which really from the positions he's been in so far on hoop 10,
Can we
he
see
should never have to have been
the target?
fighting
That's it.
to stay in it. No.
No.
So again,
So Matteo's really going to be happy now.
Yeah,
Both
Gary-
with that miss as well.
yeah, Gary has made a couple of mistakes on these last two hoops, which has just allowed Matteo back into this match.
Yeah, we were expecting that movement. Yeah, that's a nice camera angle for us to see it. He's just taking his time.
Yeah, that's good. So Matteo now to bring it to 5-all, having been 5-2 down.
He'll be well happy. Oh.
And the follow-on, I'm not sure whether he can run that now with black. As well as that, I think
There's an in-off for the red.
Red has a very nice in-off chance here.
So is Gary just going to hang around behind,
I
or
think that's the right shot. I don't think there's any need to be clearing black here.
can't see? Well, I think we're second guessing here.
Yellow can see it.
You wouldn't go through, would you?
No.
Oh.
That's a poor shot. Black is still in good hoop running position.
Exactly.
And yellow has gone slightly out of it.
Oh, right. So he has to get the black.
Yeah. Taking the risk again. If he's positioned himself wired from black, then it's an alright shot. Matteo electing to clear, so clearly thinks that the angle is just too much for this shot. So instead we'll try and clear yellow and just leave it to blue. And absolutely nails the clearance.
This is going to be right. Here we go. That's a long hit. I was going to say, what do you think he's going for? But it's something in the distance.
It
isn't
has to be blue. Yeah, yellow's got to have the shot at blue here.
And that doesn't look like that's a hoop.
That could be hoop. And not a,
I couldn't see it. What happens?
there's potential there that black was blocking Gary's shot at
Yes.
blue. But that could be a really poor outcome if yellow can't get across to
Absolutely.
to hoop 11.
They're both feeling the nerves. Well,
Yeah.
wobbling.
They're both making mistakes that you wouldn't expect of them
No.
to.
At this level. Oh,
That's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Got it through with his follow.
So Gary's going to be thinking, "Oh my God, what have I got to do?" Or reset.
Yeah,
reset.
he's got to reset now. He's missed a couple of hoops that you'd expect him to make. But that's a good ball into hoop 11.
See, Mark Hutley's looking well. Well,
Yeah.
put it this way, he just offered me a beer. so that presumably means he's having one. Let's hope so. I mean, if he's allowed, but whatever. Oh,
Gary, that's a really nice shot. There
so
we
that's
go.
we're back to Snuggleville. That's actually helpful for him,
Yeah,
isn't it? Because it
and
gives him
that's-
that confidence.
Yeah,
So,
and it's a really, really effective shot.
but pressure, albeit a simple shot.
Yeah,
So its distance is the critical thing, is it?
exactly. Yeah, and those shots, even from that range, are deceptively hard. But it's giving Gary the hoop shot, and he's
Sorry.
made it and gone 6-5 up.
Yeah, but he's gone far.
He's gone far, but I think at this stage, having missed a couple, Gary will just be looking to
He'll
get
take
through
it.
there.
Well, he's taken
Just
it, but
take
he's
the
been
point.
relieved.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But not brilliant from Matteo. Wrong side of the hoop to attempt to get a wiring position.
Okay.
So if yellow can come into good hoop running position here, red will have a clearance up the lawn on black. It needs to slow down.
It's gone on, hasn't it?
No, that's gone. That's out of position. So that's a relief for Matteo, that one.
And that's a very good shot, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's nice enough.
Well, it's hanging back.
Yeah,
is what
it's
I meant.
hung back, but I'm not sure there was a need to hang back there.
Oh right,
really.
okay. Yeah,
Yeah.
Chris Clark would said, "Get one in,
Yeah.
get in between." That's a good
Yeah.
shot, though, isn't it? And that's what you were expecting to happen, was it?
You're expecting the clearance, but
Again, it's gone away.
it's gone
Red-
away. But there is the argument now that Matteo does not want to run this hoop. With red now onside and up at hoop 13, there is definitely an argument to just try and get one into the jaws.
Well, I can't see. Oh right, he's bounced off.
And Gary puts a nice ball in there. And Matteo. And
That's
the-
deliberate.
Yeah,
That's
the applause,
back to what you were saying.
yeah, the applause you hear in the background is for Reg Bamford, who has just won his semi-final in Game 3 to qualify for the final, where he will be playing Jamie Birch.
Right. So Jamie's preference has been.
Yeah, Jamie's got his wish of playing Reg,
Yeah.
and that is shaping up to be a very, very interesting final.
Yeah.
And Gary shoots down the line and misses. So Matteo has two options here. He can either just take the hoop and play a straight shootout basically at 13, or what he could try and do is clear yellow and getting a flick in the direction of hoop 13, giving him advantage, knowing that he's going to have the second approach.
Yeah.
And that looks like the option that he's going to take here.
Okay.
It could just be people walking past.
So we've got a lot of movement happening.
And
in
he
front.
nails that shot. That is really nicely played.
Yeah, our cameraman's been busy down there getting balls from the boundary.
And that black is up on the north boundary and looks pretty much directly in front of hoop 13. So that is a great shot from Matteo and will force Gary into taking this clearance on now.
Okay. We might have to. Is the noise coming through? We'll just double check. We've got a lot of movement as people are diving to get round to the Coventry, to Coventry. I think it's not going to go quieter. everyone's trying to get to lawn side for lawn so you can see chairs on the move. It's quite dramatic, isn't it? But
And that's a great shot from Gary.
so what happened there?
Absolutely centre balls his clearance on blue. So leaves himself in really close position as well.
We've got a real view here.
So that nullifies Matteo's flick up to 13 and puts Gary potentially back in control of this hoop depending
Yes.
on where Matteo elects to put blue. If he can find wired position here, that would be an excellent shot.
Okay.
But instead elects to go deep, and I just don't think that's deep enough. That really doesn't dissuade Gary from shooting at blue. If red can find nice hoop running position here, Gary will be taking on the clearance.
That's okay, isn't it?
That's okay, provided it doesn't block.
The shot.
And looking at that, I think he's just about gotten away with it.
Yeah, it doesn't help there. I think we're going to lose when it comes to the final on lawn 7, which is to the left of the current lawn. We're going to lose the window view, aren't
Yes.
we? I don't think we can protect that. I think it's only fair that people turning up should have a decent view. So, listen, we've been asked, are we?
And that's a great shot from Gary. Clearly slightly hampered by red, and nails whatever he could have seen of it. Giving Matteo,
Quite a pressure shot, isn't it?
yeah, I'd say a 16, 17 yard clearance that really, if he misses, you'd expect it to be game ending.
Got 98 viewers at the moment. I think that'll build up quite quickly for the final. Imagine we're going to be moving off this game once
Yes,
it's finished,
I
and
assume
to
once
move to
this
the
game is-
final. We'll be moving over to the final, so we
Yeah.
have a little bit of camera reset to do. Reg Bamford's just gone past with Stephen. I think they're going to have a break. I would imagine. You can't.
I'd imagine they'd have a break, but both players took lunch after game
Yes,
two.
they did. Right.
So it won't be particularly long break. Matteo missing that clearance
Yeah,
though, so
absolutely.
Gary now with a 1.5 yard, relatively straight looking hoop to take game one of the bowl final.
Okay. So everybody who's joining us and watching, we are expecting the final to be happening shortly. As I say, they've just finished the other semi-final, so we're just waiting. Obviously, they need a break before they can resume. Don't know how long that will be. As soon as we know, we'll let you know. But in the meantime, we're covering Gary's shot. He'd be relieved to have this shot.
Yeah,
he'd be
and nails it.
and he'd be relieved to nail
Yeah,
it.
Gary at 5-2 up, the game was all hit. Was
It was
his
his,
to lose.
wasn't it? Absolutely, and he nearly did.
And at 5-all, Gary
He was
would
wobbling.
he had some wobbles in that one, but enough to get through, and a couple of really nice shots there at hoop 12.
That was good.
Just to gain his confidence back a bit.
Matteo's walking past. He hasn't got the happiest smiles. He should be reasonably pleased with his game there.
Yeah,
But it was just the odd shot that
yeah,
went away.
He played some really nice hoops in the second rotation of hoops.
Okay.
So 8, 9, and 10 he played really well. But 11 and 12, the game just seemed to get away from him again. A few missed clearances, and that was enough.
Okay. Right, everybody, just sorry, I just tried to put some text in, which was gobbledygook, which is basically saying game one complete. We're going to switch feed in a minute. We are going to aim to set up we're setting up to cover the final. So we've got a bit of camera movement to do. We need to concentrate on that. Sam, thank you very much for joining me for the commentary. Enjoyed that as ever. Thank you very much. And we're changing the session, so we're closing this session down, all 87 of you, and we're going to have you open with the final session and be ready to rock and roll. We'll be ready shortly.